Yo, True Faith, what's up, man? What's up, brother? Shooter. Shooter. Yo, True Faith, what's up, brother? This buffalo sauce has 1,000 mg of sodium in a tablespoon. Yeah, really. Yo, thanks, Quills. What's up, man? 1,000 milligrams. So what is that? That's 1 gram. Wow. That's like 6 grams of salt, of sodium. Thanks, Quills. Appreciate that, man. That's crazy. That's like a 1/4 ounce. That's just under a 1/4 ounce of salt. That's like almost an ounce of salt. Holy shit. What's the hot sauce? Oh, buffalo. Yeah, buffalo sauce is pretty terrible. Yeah, man. Yo, Ricky boy, what's up? Welcome. Aztec music remix is a good soundtrack. Nice. And the thing is, it's likely what you eat it with is kind of salty too, like chicken or something. Yeah, really. It's even more. Yeah. I mean, you gotta, buffalo sauce is it's a lot of salt. Yeah, the main thing is the sugar though, as you know. Yo, what's up, Ricky boy? The Aztec remix. Do you have that link? Yo, what's up, Ricky boy? Yes, in 2010, people internationally started using Japanese as the international standard. It is a little bit easier. It's actually much easier because of the better auto aim and extra body armor on some levels. But it's what everyone competes with. So everyone's competing on an international standard. I guess I'm happy that people use NTSC instead of like PAL, right? So with Japanese is also NTSC, which is North American. I think it's 30 frames per second. Yeah, ranch is a lot of fat. Really fatty. Chicken wings. American chicken wings are just so good though, man. I love American chicken wings. What am I doing? Yeah, Ricky boy, if you have that Aztec remix, you can paste it in the chat. You were making wings at home, I guess? I guess that's how you read the barbecue sauce thing? Or the ingredient list? Sounds amazing. Cultivated. What does that mean? Cultivated. Oh, lab grown. Yeah. No, it's a big nope for me. That shit's fucked. Isn't it from the cancer cells of some woman from the 50s or something? Or the 70s or some shit? She had like ass cancer. And it like grows really quickly. I might be making this up. That's what I heard. I heard it somewhere. Someone said it once. Somewhere. Come on. I just gotta be faster. It's white? Oh wow, crazy. So this is Capri. We're watching a video of Capri, Italy. Bucket of Cane's. Oh god. Cheese curd pepperoni pizza. Yeah, really. Fuck, man, I just suck so much. Oh, the Canes? Yeah, well, I went to Canes like once in Vegas, but we don't have them in Canada. I don't think we have them in Canada. Sauce is pretty good. They have a pretty good sauce. They do have a pretty good sauce. It's like a chipotle sauce, I think. I did like Canes. I did like the chicken. It was good. We had our first Chick-fil-A open in our town. Definitely tastes good. Yeah, it does. A little peppery, little chipotle. And the chicken's good too.
Argentina? Paraguay? We speak Portuguese? Now you're on YouTube.
So I might play this for maybe an hour, and then I might switch to Bunker 1 SA maybe. I don't know. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying life. Bros, I'm going to China in 8 days. Quills, I remember you were in that random China stream at like 4 a.m. in North America. Because I think you're in... Come on, man. Yeah, 8 days from now, I'm gonna be in Changsha. It's where I Show Speed did a backflip on top of the building in downtown by the river with like 36 million viewers. It's a city of 10 million people. It's gonna be crazy. What? What? Yeah, the worst though is like salad dressing. Salad dressing is just so fatty, it's crazy. It's just oil. And the oils they use now just turns directly into fat. Come on, man. Like, who shot me? Like, bro. I doubt that. Come on, man. Double down. I did, my man. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, man. It means a lot, dude. Yeah, it was sloppy, man. It was really fucking sloppy. Oh my god. Like, watching it again, it's just so fucking... Oh my god, what up, Cam K? I'm a goose. I posted it yesterday. I posted it yesterday, my man. Yeah, I got it yesterday. Thanks, brother. Thanks, man. That means a lot. There's, after you watch it, man, that's what I mean, like, it can definitely be improved. It's pretty funny. But hey, I appreciate that a lot. What up, Cam K? Like, what? Oh no. Come on, Goose. The black room door. Yeah, the Miss B. Really bad. Really bad. The Miss B press there. Yeah, I mean, I think that's why I tried the natural suck, to be honest. I think I missed the B press and I'm like, you know what, just like fuck it. I'm gonna try the... You know, it's like either reset or go full retard. Yeah, it's a long pause. You can fast forward. Thanks, bro. You can fast forward like a minute. I was thinking of like time stamping the video. I still might. It takes like 5 seconds. Just for the jokes. No. So, the 5th pause in front of the glass door, it lagged out on me. Yeah, the crate stuff was terrible. That was jokes. That was like the... That was the... When the door stuck, yeah. Yeah, I bet. I imagine. But you know, I used the grenade, I ran around the drone. The 5th pause in the dark room, it like lagged out. I don't know if it ate my input. I gotta check. I can check. I have the input display. I might check, but something happened. I think it lagged out and it didn't register my 2nd pause. I could have missed the 2nd pause, but you know when I almost like went into the watch on the 5th pause, I lost 1 second there for sure, 100%, if not more. But it's okay. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I missed that. Thanks, dude. I appreciate your commentary, man. But it's pretty sloppy now that I'm looking at it. I don't know. I'm trying natural stuck. And if I have enough health, I might run through the drones, or I might try running through the console. That's my strategy. I mean, even if I do, I think I have to do that. I have to do natural stuck anyways. I think I really have to. off. What is this? No, I have 139. I have 139 on SA. I think with a forced stuck run through the console, run through the drones, getting body armor. One 136, yeah, maybe. Wow, thanks, man. Thanks for the support. What do you mean, getting body armor too? Yeah, it's true. That I did spend a few days, I think, on SA. Getting body armor, yeah, one natural stuck, I could probably survive. Right, maybe. Let's see how we do here. We'll play this a little more. I'm not against playing Aztec SA, especially if you're suggesting it. No armor. Wow. Sorry, I don't remember your run. Do you shoot out the drone? I mean, I've seen you run, but just tell us the story about Jonathan Bennett getting personal. Oh no. Sweating bullets. Come on, man. Come on, man. I could always juke the drone. That's too slow. Especially if you're doing SA. Oh wow. Yes. Just women, man.
YouTube. Yeah.
This filmer is definitely a creeper, though. Like, there's no need to go down that alley just to film those girls. Oh, fucking terrible. Alright. Let me watch. Let me watch Clemens's Aztec PB. See what strat he uses. Aztec SA. Okay, standard start. Natural stock. That was a cool setup. That was really nice and fast, that setup. Oh, you had a weird pause too, eh? Full health. Nice upload. Oh, I got one boost. Nade. Shoots the console. No hit. Oh, shoots the drone, yeah. How did you get no hits at the console or the drone? Damn. I always like die on both. 3 hit. Yeah, you had at least maybe 1 or 2 more hits. Oh my god, the guard. That ending was nuts. That ending was amazing. That was amazing. Yo, Robbie Rap Poison, what's up, brother? Live when he got it, nice. Dude, that ending was ridiculous, though. Okay, you know what I want to watch? I want to watch the darkroom setup again. Oh, did I close it? I closed it, it's fine. But the darkroom setup was really interesting. He, like... What, he went to left strafe and then... I need to watch it again. Sorry, I know I should watch it on stream, but like I just need to fucking do this. No, he's in right strafe. And then he turns and shoots. Okay. Then he goes back just a tiny little bit. And he shoots on the right side. And then that would alert the other guard because of the sound. I'm shooting in the wrong place. I think this helped me a lot. Skating off Friday, nice. Oh, bro, sick. What'd you land? What'd you hit? What'd you land, bro? Did you film it? Did you get any clips? No worries if you didn't. Alright, I know where to shoot now. I tried to shoot earlier, but I think I need to shoot closer. Brutal. We got a US flag, let's say. Oh, they have like a whole bunch of flags. But still, to have the US flag there, that's interesting. It's pretty random. I mean, the U.S. really did liberate a lot of Italy, especially the islands in World War II. Italy was like fucked, man. They had like no food and shit. They all came to America. Come on, man. Wow, it's just so terrible. No clips. Okay, clip nose manny. Nice. Yo, that's insane. That's crazy. On like a flat ground, down a curb, up a curb, onto a manny box. I keep forgetting what I'm doing. Wow, insane. That's so sick. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's really insane. Oh, brutal. No. It's cool, man. Oh, man. Cool, man. That'd be dope. I mean, you know, of course, you know, I've seen your old clips and your video parts and shit. No, I've not, man. And to be honest, bro, well, one, I'm going to China again in like a week, brother. And actually, I'm also recovering from Lyme disease I got Lyme disease, dude, like a few weeks ago. I'm still on antibiotics. But, yeah, about skating, I haven't been doing that. I can't get injured. I'm also not bringing my trucks and wheels to China. I'm gonna be like fucking 40 years old. Not that like I want to always skate forever. But I think I skated too much last time I was there. I skated to and from work, which is usually a 20-minute walk to and from. It's too much. So I don't know, man. I'm gonna be 40 years old. I've decided if I want to skateboard in China, I'm gonna buy one in China, because you know what I'll probably buy? An electric one. That'd be amazing. An electric skateboard in China would just be like ridiculous. It'd be incredible. So I might do that. But no, I haven't been. I skated a little bit in the spring. It was nice. It's always nice pushing switch and regular, because you just build the muscles in your switch front leg. So I like doing that, but Lyme disease. Thanks, Goose. Brutal. Man. I'm just such a bad clone thing. Thank you, Ryan the Goose. Holy shit, dude, the memory it has, bro. What the fuck? Dude, you know what I'm thinking? We should really test AI. Let's test it. Let's test it with something. Here we go. AI, please describe the massacre of Rwanda. AI, how is chat today? The Massacre 1 is very sad, I want to say. I'm not trying to make a joke of that. Should I play this out? No, I'm not going to play it out. Should I? Yeah, sure. on. Oh, nice, bro. It was sunny and warm, and now it's cloudy. It was really nice before. I was planning to go out after, but yeah, Italy is such a nice place. Except for all like the mob and corruption. But like as a tourist. Look, this geek should go out now. That's what Chris would have done. Chris Benoit. So let's go buy effects. Sorry, I don't mean to be like rude. Pay video games inside. Yeah, it's cloudy now though. You should go outside, man. You're pointing all these fingers. You should take a look in the mirror, man. You should go outside. Leave my chat. No, I'm joking. I don't mean that. It sounded weird. It was supposed to be a joke. Didn't really come out right. Nice. Cool, man. You should. For real, dude, you should. Oh man. Like this fucking guy. This is just so fucking terrible. It's really bad. Yeah, Italian ice cream is pretty insane. I don't usually eat ice cream, but like just like the actual flavors of the Italian ice cream is crazy. Come on, man. Getting dressed as I'm watching you. It's a little weird. That's okay. Fuck is this? Push B, it ate my input. I might do the backup strat. It's so laggy. What the fuck is this? Come on. I'm losing too much health, man. Come on, man. Yeah, I think if I just have like a clean spin like over the level and shit. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you watching me play this game and this level over and over and over again. I appreciate it. And fuck you. I'm just so bad, man. The fuck? Come on, shoot the gun! Hey, gorgeous. How are you, baby? I am gorgeous, but how are you? What's that?
I didn't know that you were sleeping.
Oh, that's okay, beautiful. How are you doing, sweetie? I love that you call me. Oh, that's good. You look beautiful. I love you're wearing the white dress. And black and yellow. A line. It's beautiful. Good. Oh, okay, gorgeous. Sounds good. I love you. You're beautiful. Okay, good. What? Sorry? Well, maybe later today, maybe, sweetie pie. That's okay. Okay, baby, please. I love you. Is that okay? What, sweetie? I'm streaming. I'm streaming right now. Okay, baby, please. I would love that. Okay. Thank you. Just let go. Settle. Thanks, Camp K. That's nice of you. I'm really blessed. I'm a very blessed human being. You guys want to watch something more interesting? Want to watch about a guy talk about the pyramids? Ah, these views are incredible, though. fuck, man? Like, what the fuck, man? Oh, did I miss both guns again? Like, what? Come on, man. Come on. Oh, the long duck. Like, what is this nonsense? Oh, man. It knows me too well. I'm blessed. I'm very blessed. Like this fucking guy, dude. I fucking really hate this game. Holy fuck, this child, bro. What the fuck is wrong with this fucking child? Like, fuck this. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah. Well, the thing is, you're right. Because, yeah, but I mean, this is like 5 hours long, man. This is a 5-hour video. It's pretty insane. He does edit though. He pieces them together. But yeah, I think he just misses it. Oh, you mean even in terms of sound, I understand. Sound editing. Decibel levels. Poggies? What the fuck is poggies? Mike? The fuck is Mike? I have an Uncle Mike. Oh, that would have been pretty swag. I think we have Michael Jackson as Michael. It's so it's like borderline racist. Hee hee, Shamon. The hee hee, come on, man. Come on, man. Oh my god. Come on, man. Come on, AI. Come on, keep up, AI. What? I'm gonna do the backup. It's too laggy. Bro, that's how like secrets are gonna enter. AI is gonna be giving up like passwords and shit. AI does not give a fuck, man. AI really doesn't give a fuck. AI has no like there's no moral contract you can make with AI ever. You can argue that with humans too, but I mean that's crazy. AI doesn't give a fuck. They'll give away everything, all the info and shit. Why would it listen to who? To a human? Dang. Yeah, I heard they wanted to kill him. I think because he owned music rights or something. Wasn't it because he owned music rights? Not even his music, other people's music too. It's crazy. And everything in this world is just marketing, man. Like everything, it's all marketing. I hate marketing. I've gotten better at it, but I just don't enjoy it. It just feels so fake and lame. Oh wow. No way. The Beatles? Wow. Yeah. That's crazy. Oh, was it Abbey Road? Was the label? I know that was the recording studio in London. Oh, the entire Beatles catalog? That's crazy. Yeah, they probably killed him. Apple Studio. What's Apple Studio? What does that mean? Oh, the label. I understand. Yes. Yes. Right. Right. Come on, this is a really good start. Let's go. No, are you how do I, like, bros? Like, what? With full health? Bros, everyone passes away. So we've been so low lag. Like, where was the ammo, guys? Like... That was crazy. Oh, man. What? Yeah, dude. That's crazy. Did Michael Jackson ever say he in an interview? I mean, honestly, I think he only sung he. I mean, can you imagine being remembered for just some weird thing you do? Like Little John. I think we're gonna mix it up. I think we might play, I don't know. We might play Bunker 1.
with 39 an hour during the Second World War to sign the armistice. And if you come away, you can see the Augustus Garden from the inside. Up to here.
Yeah. Can you put yours?
Should have bought wellies. Aí não quer rapidinho lá pra
No, he's not old. Lots of pictures. Mainly vertical for Instagram. I think I've got a good thumbnail.
Dai, fammi salire, tu devi salire con loro.
Quando tu a giorni la mezzo, quando sono fine secca a me. Io quando
Sorry, I'm back. I made a 8-egg omelet with pastrami, like strips in between the omelet. It's pretty incredible. Yo, what's up? Jealous of the epic meal. This is an epic one. 8 eggs. Drop me one record. 8 eggs with pastrami. I don't need cheese. I think it's for the best though. That would be quite the amount of fat. And a tomato. A nice rosso tomato. Really good.
I've been saying.
I did not, man. No bread, brother.
this for years. That the Giza Plateau is so much more than just the three Great Pyramids. When you arrive in Egypt, the pyramids absolutely dominate the skyline, and while you're standing at the base of them, it's hard not to gaze up towards the top. But as you walk around the Giza Plateau and try not to trip over every nook and cranny, you will notice that there are shafts and tunnels that lead down to elaborate labyrinths all throughout the Giza Plateau. I often tell people that I travel with, think of Giza as a honeycomb. It's almost as much void as it is bedrock beneath the pyramids. And for everything that's a little bit questionable about this new SARS scan that's come out in relation to the Khafra pyramid, what it has done is highlight this fact that there is so much more to the Giza Plateau than just the three Great Pyramids. And this was never more evident to me than when I was finally able to visit Giza. If you haven't been to Egypt, it can be hard, if not impossible, to get a real grasp on the size and scale and the massiveness of the pyramids, let alone everything that's around the pyramids, such as the mortuary temples or this large basalt floor that sits at the base of Khufu's pyramid, or the various mastabas and funerary buildings scattered all throughout the site. It's an incredibly dense archaeological site. And it's not without proper cause that the pyramids take up so much of the limelight. But it does tend to drown out some of the other thought-provoking and compelling aspects of the Giza Plateau, of which other scholars and independent researchers may find even more interesting than the pyramids themselves. So before we lived in this weird modern dystopia, ancient people had natural remedies for everything that were actually healthy, which helped to calm the mind and restore the body. And one of the most prized remedies was the use of saffron. Dating back well beyond 3000 BC, it was used by the Greeks and the Egyptians to relax, as well as to treat melancholy and restlessness. This has easily been the busiest, most stressful
Moonraker, to explain more about my name change.
Verso could not.
Yeah, bro, I ended up filming a whole bunch
Taking
of
their
Lego
product
stuff from
evening
China.
being actually gives my brain the permission to rest. And when I lay down, I'm actually able to fall asleep easily, sleep deeply, and the next day when I wake up, I don't have that fog over my brain that plagues so many of us. Experience what the ancients probably knew better than we know today. Click the link in the description below and head on over to Verso.com.
So I ended up filming a whole bunch of Megalith stuff in China.
All caps CAVERES,
Accomplished one of my dreams,
to get up
and I'm
to
going
15%
back.
off your first purchase.
Tunnel of the pyramids in the
Now,
bathroom.
back to the show. One of my favorite aspects about Giza is
Nice,
the
thanks, brother. Thanks,
Valley
Moonraker.
Temple
Yeah,
at the
man.
base
I know
of
you're big
Khafra's
into this
complex,
stuff. I know
sitting
you
just
follow
next to
history
the
for
Sphinx.
granted,
These
and
huge
everyone.
cyclopean
That's
red
sick.
granite stones that are perfectly
It
hewn
makes
and
you love
fit
dependency.
together.
Oh wow,
It's
on saffron, that's
absolutely
crazy.
amazing, and really one of a kind even in Egypt itself. When you look at everything that's in Khafra's complex, including the Sphinx Temple, the Valley Temple, and the Sphinx itself, the Pyramid of Khafra, the middle pyramid sitting up in the middle of the Giza Plateau, actually sort of fades in the background and is the least interesting part of that entire complex. I find that when I'm standing outside of the Valley Temple and I'm looking at the docks where this tributary of the ancient Nile ran
I
right
whipped
up
the
to
eggs just with
Valley
egg. I didn't
Temple,
add any
Sphinx
milk
Temple,
or cream or
and you had
anything.
the pyramids
It's just
overlooking
egg,
it. I find that imagery
pepper, and
of
salt.
what ancient
Sea
Egypt
salt.
must have
Cracked
looked
pepper.
like during its heyday to be
Cool, bro. That's
incredibly
awesome.
evocative. And in some ways, that's really only something that you can get a
Crazy
grasp
kimchi.
on by visiting Egypt. When you visit Giza, it's hard not to have your eyes constantly gazing up towards these gigantic pyramids cutting through the sky. Even at their youngest date of around 4,500 years ago, they are still the most massive buildings ever built. And this was all being done while most of the rest of the world was still toying with sticks and living in thatch and wood huts. We find the pyramid strange because it challenges us to contemplate and comprehend a
Nice,
reason
brother.
to build something that is still the heaviest building in the world at around 6 million or more tons. Even the oversimplified explanations of the pyramids just being tombs must be an understatement. They must be more than just that. But today we're going to talk about the other element of Giza. Most people don't realize that around 70 to 80% of Giza's archaeological site is actually below your feet. There are an incredible amount of buildings on the Giza Plateau that are continually being buried by the desert sand, some of which were known of and excavated over a century ago and have been lost to the sands of time since then. Archaeologists do not know where some of these mastabas exist today. And if you decide to tread off the beaten path around the southern end of the plateau, it can quickly become very dangerous. I spent some time scampering around these long shafts that seem to just
Oh, yeah,
fall
for
off
sure,
into
totally.
nowhere. And no matter how close I
Yeah,
got
man,
to the
they
edge,
do.
peering down into the bottom, it was nothing
think for
but
sure.
darkness. I could never see
I
the
watched
bottom.
some
We
of
know
the
that since at least
presentations
around
by the
3000
Italian
BC, during
researchers.
Dynasty 1 or 2, the Egyptians were using
I actually
the
purchased
plateau and
Cosmic
cutting
Summit
out rock
Pass.
cut
I purchased
shaft
the
tombs.
Cosmic,
And this would actually continue beyond the next 3,000 years, well
it
into
was
the Roman
a
period. There's even evidence
presentation
of
in North
Romans
Carolina.
arriving at the Giza Plateau, even Greeks and Persians
and I
before
watched the
them,
videos.
and removing Egyptian bodies to have themselves buried.
I
at
got
the
it for
foot of the
$50
pyramid.
US
So
dollars.
The Giza Plateau was continuously
I mean,
being used
the videos
for
are coming out
thousands of
now,
years here.
but I mean,
and I'll say this later in the video, but it is just layer upon layer of
What's it called?
archaeological nuance and context.
Yeah,
And
after
all
watching the
of this nuance
presentations,
and
I
these
believe it
layers
more now.
Make it hard sometimes
Especially
to
with
decipher the original use and meaning
Osiris
of
shaft,
not only
right?
just sites at the Giza Plateau,
Like the
but
Osiris
all
shaft
throughout
is this
Egypt.
crazy
So in today's
shaft that goes
presentation,
down
we're
into
going
the
to
earth,
dive
right?
into the Giza underworld, what we know, what we don't know, and my hope is that by the end of this presentation, you'll
I can
have a
totally
better
see like
appreciation
Osiris
and
shaft structures
understanding
being underneath
of
the pyramid for sure.
everything that exists below the pyramids and everything else that is around the pyramids on the Giza Plateau. A couple of months ago, I ventured down the long descending passage within the Great Pyramid. It was about midnight. The Giza Plateau was closed, and it was a very surreal and personal experience. The countless centuries that these stones had sat in darkness, and now I was there within the lowest depths of the pyramid itself, it was a profound feeling. And a great irony about the subterranean chamber that sits below the pyramid is that in its incomplete state, it tells us so much more about the workmen and the methods by which the rock-cut portion of the pyramid was carved out than a finished portion of the pyramid would. But at the same time, this also leaves us with absolutely no clue as to what the subterranean chamber was intended to be used for. The chamber itself is incomplete, with only about half of
sleep,
it
I hear you,
fully
brother.
cut and quarried away.
For sure,
One
buddy.
theory is that the
Makes sense.
descending
Ring here,
passage in
dude.
the subterranean chamber may actually be
You rule, man.
older than the pyramid itself. Or
It's
at
gonna-
least
yeah, I'm gonna
were
be some
cut out
time.
before
I might
the
be
foundation
5
of the
minutes before I
pyramid
play
had
again.
been laid. Another idea is that the subterranean
Everyone.
levels were being cut out alongside the construction of the pyramid, but as the height of the pyramid increased, it became too difficult to constantly haul out the stone that was being cut and chipped away. So work on the subterranean levels were never finished. Now, I proposed this in a previous presentation, but I don't actually think that the subterranean level was intended to be the burial site. In the time that I've spent studying the 4th dynasty, what I think we're seeing is a change from the 3rd into the 4th of pharaohs now seeing themselves as not just being the high priest of their god, but now ascending to become an amalgamation of the god itself, or a conduit of the god's power, a physical embodiment of the god himself. And so I wonder if these burial chambers that are high above ground, over 100 feet above ground, I wonder if this is not the pharaoh saying, unlike the rest of the Egyptians being buried alongside me, who are all being buried in subterranean levels inside the ground, I am the living embodiment and the power of a god. Therefore, I must be buried above ground. I think that we may be seeing some kind of psychological change here, but that's just my guess. Now, I think I should take a moment and address this popular narrative idea of the pyramids being tombs. I mean, this is what the vast majority of people have just accepted for thousands of years. And a lot of people, at least in the modern day, don't like this
blessed.
idea. It is hard for us to comprehend such a great feat being worthy of one man's tomb, or one man's tomb being worthy of such a great feat of labor and economic expense and true genius. And in fact, Perhaps he was not worthy of all of this. But we are not dealing with people who saw the world in any way similar to us. This concept of practicality, reason, and function taking far more importance over things such as religion was given to us by the Greeks, who in the 5th century BC began to suggest that the gods may not even be involved in our day-to-day lives, and began placing a far higher importance on how a man can control his own life. But even then, this wasn't received well by most. The ancient world was still an extremely pious, which means devoutly religious. These were extremely devoutly religious people who paid the highest attention to showing respect and paying tribute to their gods. And the Athenian philosopher Socrates was sentenced to execution by the court of Athens for supposing that the gods may not even be involved with their lives, as well as passing these ideas on to the youth of the city. This Socratic way of thinking that really we all have in the first world in the 21st century is something that was given to us by the Greeks, and it began about 2,500 years ago and slowly eked its way out into the Western world. But as we cross that threshold beyond the 5th century in Greece, we move into an entirely different chapter in human history. These are not people who thought and viewed the world really in any way similar to us. The way that they explained their realm, the way they explained the natural world and science was mostly through religion. And especially the Egyptians, who Herodotus, who is a 5th century Greek traveler visiting the Egyptians, he said that the Egyptians were even more devoutly religious than the Greeks. It was something that was even shocking to him. Now you have to remember, the Greeks were so pious that they sentenced Socrates to death in 399 BC. So how much more religious could the Egyptians have been? So they viewed their pharaoh as the literal
we do when we have like family events.
High god, whichever patron deity.
I'm nothing against my brother.
In the 4th dynasty, it would have been the god Ra. This is the
He's a really good guy, really nice guy.
Sun god. So we have to realize that we cannot impress upon the ancient Egyptians our standards of what we think is reasonable in the modern world, because we are dealing with people who are almost nothing like us. And really, that's what makes them so fascinating. And once I understood this, it made the study of the Egyptians so much more gratifying, so much more deep, so much juicier, because you're studying people who are so different than us. When you finally grasp this, it opens up your mind to an entirely new realm of possibilities. The Osiris Shaft. For nearly 2,500 years, the mystery of what lies at the bottom of the Osiris Shaft has been shrouded in legend. Even the Greek traveler Herodotus visited the shaft in the mid-5th century BC and was told by locals that somewhere at the bottom were the remains of a great ancient king who was buried on an island surrounded by water. Now, in preparing this part of the presentation on the Osiris Shaft, of which really there's not a lot written about this, I came across a paper published in 2007 called The Discovery of the Osiris Shaft at Giza, where Zahi Hawass essentially takes sole credit for the most current excavations and surveys done at the Osiris Shaft, calling it one of his most important discoveries at Giza. Anyway, for centuries, the Osiris Shaft had been used as a swimming hole, and even a location where people who visiting the Giza Plateau would stop and drink fresh water that was coming up from the ground. And it's odd, for as famous and mythical and legendary
Holy moly, I was so hungry. Holy
shit.
shit.
Plateau is,
I destroyed it.
Very little contextually is actually known about when the Osiris Shaft was cut out and what exactly it was used for. And most tourists, as they descend down the causeway from the middle pyramid, they may walk right over the entrance of the Osiris Shaft. It takes a trained eye or somebody who knows what they're looking for to not miss it. The known portions of the underground structure consist of 3 different levels, the center and lowest levels being the most significant. The center level consists of a large open room with several adjoining chambers, along with a 3rd vertical shaft which descends down into the lowest level. It's here that archaeologists discovered a clearly very important burial site, which is raised from the floor and may have once been flooded around its base, which could resemble the island and lake that Herodotus had written about 2,400 years earlier. And in the early 1900s, some young Egyptians were lowered down into the shaft to collect and bring up artifacts from the material recovered. The earliest artifacts dated to the reign of 6th dynasty pharaohs, and it is largely from these findings that the earliest use of the Osiris shaft is dated to Dynasty 6, which would be around 2350 BC. But artifacts dating all the way down to the 21st and 22nd dynasties have been discovered as well, which tells us that this Osiris shaft had been open for centuries upon centuries. Now, there are many ideas regarding what the Osiris shaft had been used for, but to me, something about it seems similar to the Osirion, a very large, laboriously constructed structure used as maybe a symbolic location for the mystery cult of Osiris, the god of death. The rituals and initiations performed within these mystery cults must have been a tightly kept secret, likely punishable by death, as the later Greek mystery cults also were, as their inner workings and proceedings were never divulged in ancient times and remain one of the most elusive, romantic, and compelling mysteries of the ancient world. And it's my thought that whatever was taking place in these processions, whatever was being revealed to the cult members of this Osiris cult, was so valuable and so safeguarded and coveted that it needed to be protected for all eternity. It's my personal hunch that whatever was taking place in the Osiris shaft is either tangentially connected to or akin or very similar to the use of the Osirion, the boat pits. As you're standing around the base of the Great Pyramid, you're likely to eventually notice this huge gash in the ground. And found in these gashes were the remains of royal boats, whose boards were sewn together with rope in ancient times. They are not very substantial constructions, and indeed they may have never actually been sailed on the Nile River. But these are called solar boats, and it's thought that their purpose is to be used by the resurrected pharaoh in the afterlife. Now, this may sound silly to us at first, but let's imagine the Egyptian perspective. The only way of transportation in this ancient realm is by boat. This is long before the arrival of horses or camels into Egypt. And you're not walking through the desert or along the oasis to get to where you need to go, because it's not as easy to get anywhere as it is by sailing up and down the river. The river is also the central component to all of life in the ancient Nile, as it gives life to everything along the Nile. They also closely follow the path of the sun, whose divinity is even noticed and worshipped by the blue lotus flower, which rises up from the depths of the Nile, blooms in the midday sun to worship the sun, and then closes and goes back down into the murky underworld of the Nile every single day. These two things they would have noticed, and they would have, either one came first or the other, but they would have noticed this flower worshiping the sun every day. So they're worshiping the Nile, they're worshiping this flower, or at least venerating this flower, and they're certainly worshiping the sun, as we have a plethora of sun gods in Egypt, most notably being Ra, and then later the Aten. And when the sun went down, they noticed the Milky Way, and it was their thought that when the sun goes down on the western horizon and it rises the next morning in the east, what it is doing is, as it goes down, it is riding the path of the Milky Way across the night sky. So they thought that there was another Nile river in the sky. What they're doing is they're looking at their natural world and using it to somehow explain solar, celestial, cosmic phenomena in the sky above them. And eventually, somewhere along the way, it became the belief of the priesthood and of the pharaoh himself, who is of course the head of the priesthood, that in his next life, or in the afterlife, he would need a boat to join the sun god Ra in riding across the Milky Way or across the universe for all of eternity. Or all of that could be wrong, as it's just an interpretation of very scant, rare, and extremely ancient archaeological evidence that only gives us a slim glimpse into the beliefs of the priesthood or the royal court in Egypt's 4th dynasty, the workers' graves. Higher up on the Giza Plateau, sitting at the base of the pyramids, are the mastaba graves for the overseers of the pharaoh's state projects, a large portion of which must have been the pyramids, but we also have to imagine that state-sponsored public and private buildings in Memphis and Thebes must have been built as well. Hemiunu held the title of overseer of all the king's works during the reign of Khufu, and it seems fitting that he would be given such a large burial site. However, just at the bottom of the plateau, we find the lower-ranking officials and workmen under Himiunu. These are known as the workers' tombs. These tombs range from different varieties. Some are rock-cut burials with causeways leading up from the Nile. Others are simple sandpit burials and even egg-dome tombs, a peculiar mud brick vaulted tomb with the deceased being placed in the fetal position inside. This may be harkening back to the primordial mound of regeneration, or at least I think that when we see people being buried in this fetal position, it's a representation of their hope of being reborn in the next life. And this egg-shaped dome tomb that's over them, I think is representative of their mother's womb. All along the Nile, throughout Egypt's 3,000-year reign, non-royal Egyptians painted scenes of everyday life on their tomb walls. Fishing, sailing, singing, dancing, playing instruments, drinking beer and wine. Egyptians loved their life along this fertile oasis, and they painted these scenes on their tomb walls as a statement of what they intended to do in the next life. So it makes sense to me that this mud brick egg dome tomb in the Egyptian mind is going to somehow magically turn into their mother's womb in the next life as they begin their next journey. That's just my theory. From the bodies that we found in these workers' tombs, we can tell that their lives were shorter than that of their noble counterparts, and they worked themselves to the bone. Fractures in the arms and legs, as well as back problems, are found all throughout the workers' bodies. Even though the Egyptians were master stonemasons who had developed ingenious methods of moving, cutting, and lifting megaliths in ways that we still can't understand nearly 5,000 years later, this still must have been very hard and grueling work. And this actually disproves this popular idea or this notion by people who I suppose don't know a lot about Egypt that say that the pyramids must have been built with slave labor. No, these were people who were being paid and were being honored greatly by being allowed to be buried on the Giza Plateau at the footsteps of the living God because of the work that they endured to help this living God build his tomb that would last for all of eternity. Caves beneath Giza. During the height of World War II, air raid anxieties were high. The entire world had seen the bombing that London had endured and would soon see the destruction of Western Europe as the United States joined Great Britain in claiming air superiority over the Germans. And even with the Axis powers knocking on the door of Northern Africa, excavations and research at Giza continued. Archaeologists working at Giza during the war were, of course, understandably paranoid that the pyramids might become a target of the Luftwaffe.
My girl, sorry.
So they had to
My girlfriend's my girl, I'm sorry.
identify safe places
you
for them
are
to retreat
my-
to, or in other words, bomb
You're my
shelters on
homie.
the Giza Plateau that they may be able to quickly get to if
Jersey,
something like this
good
were
to
to
see
happen.
you're still above
Well, there's
ground.
no warning for an air raid. One of the places identified as a good bomb shelter were the tombs of the Northern Cliff, which sit just west of the Great Pyramid and face north. The front tomb chambers. were
So how's the
mapped out
volume?
from
Is
north, and it was
the
labeled
podcast
as the
too loud?
18th
Is it too
dynasty
quiet?
tomb, meaning around 1400 BC.
I think it's
But
it should
no
be pretty good
specific
volume.
reason for this
I know you're
date was
hearing a lot of
actually
echo,
given.
but
However, the interior
have you eaten
certainly
a big
resembles
am
the
chicken?
other rock-cut tombs
I
dating
ain't
back to the
dying
Old
anytime
Kingdom
soon.
that I've seen down in Aswan. But
God's
there was
will.
another feature of these
Yes.
tombs that the original researchers, for whatever reason, didn't document. The tomb builders broke into a natural labyrinth that stretches out more than 300 meters below the Giza Plateau. The interior of the cave system is of course very rough, but some of the walls do appear to have been worked. Now, artifacts that were found within the tomb seem to only date to around the late period, which means anywhere from around 1000 BC, dynasty 21 to 22, all the way down to the early Roman period. And this is because Latin inscriptions were actually found on the ceiling of one of the first adjoining chambers. But it should of course be said that the lack of Old Kingdom artifacts does not mean that this is not an Old Kingdom or even older rock-cut tomb, as it's perfectly possible that later Egyptians during the New Kingdom, the late period, Persians, Greeks, or even Romans didn't come into this rock-cut tomb and remove everything, as it would have been just as valuable to them as well. One of the artifacts found in this tomb
Other
is the
side of
golden
Rotterdam?
bird
That's good.
statue, which many
That's
have
good.
proposed may be evidence of
Remember we did that
aerodynamics
stream
thousands of years
where
earlier
the
than
viewers are
thought.
from stream?
And it's not hard to imagine
We
that
showed
you could
Rotterdam.
throw this little
Who did we
bird
show? I
and
think
it
we showed
flies
Philly, too.
somewhat like a paper airplane. Although Egyptologists have made a rather quick
Who
point
else
to
did we
say that this
someone
is
else
utter
came in.
nonsense,
I think
I
Romeek
do
came in.
wonder
I
if
think we
it's ever
I think we
been
checked out
tried.
Romeek's
The
location in
Khafra
Belgium.
pyramid scans,
That was a dope
1960s to
stream. That was in
2025.
Miami.
Back in the 1960s,
I had terrible
an American
internet
physicist
connection.
named Luis Alvarez, who'd worked under Oppenheimer on the Manhattan Project during World War II, was given special
Viking,
permission to
I guess
perform
from your
a
phone,
muon
probably.
tomography test on Khafre's pyramid, the middle pyramid. Muon tomography is a technique that sends out
Right,
cosmic
stream
ray
IRL, get
muons,
Twitch on your
which
phone.
can penetrate through hard surfaces, find voids, and generate either 2D or 3D images of the void as well as its volume. It sounds like science fiction, but this existed even in the 1960s. The process was slow, and after 3 years of scanning the pyramid from the bottom directly up, as well as the shallow bedrock surrounding the known chambers, Alvarez reported that no known voids had been detected in either the 19% of the pyramid they had scanned or the surrounding bedrock. Then, in 1977, the Stanford Research Institute
find a way for real,
returned to
yeah.
the Khafre pyramid to instead scan straight into the bedrock, and it was here that they found a very strong signal of 2 chambers, one at a depth of around 69 feet and the other at around 108 feet. And each of these voids were considerably larger than the burial chamber itself. However, there is no known passageway between the corridors of Khafre's pyramid leading down into either of these 2 voids. But these are not misreads of the scan data, and the voids are certainly there. Now, one very possible,
no way, I'm
perhaps
sorry.
likely explanation is that these are part of the labyrinths.
I mean,
and
it is
cave
a pretty
systems that
emotional
run
thing you're going
beneath
through.
the Giza Plateau that connect back to the tombs of the northern cliffs that we discussed earlier. And I don't doubt that it may be possible that the Egyptians knew of other labyrinths and natural cave systems that could have connected to these very same caves beneath the Khafre pyramid. Okay, so now we get
Why?
to
What are you thinking
I
it
have
is?
received dozens of messages.
I mean, you don't have
you
to type
guys
it out.
wanting me to respond to and shed some light on these new Khafre scans that have absolutely taken the internet by storm. But I had felt that there was enough people out there who had covered
okay,
this topic
Jernsey,
pretty
you can
thoroughly,
talk
and
to
I
me about
didn't have
anything.
much to add, so I didn't want to.
You can talk to me about
capitalize
anything,
on the
yeah.
interest and
Pregnancy.
just make a video parroting what everybody
It
else had to
happens.
say.
People make
I didn't feel
love.
that making a
You
video
know, it's
solely
love.
focused on these new
Humanity
SARS Khafre
is
scans
love. We
was
are love.
entirely necessary. But it dawned on me that this may be a perfect opportunity
There's no
to
shame.
address this
Yeah.
while also shedding light
We
on
all-
the
I think we-
greater
I
Giza
understood.
Plateau and the other features of the Giza Plateau that are subterranean and below the pyramids. But these recent scans can't go without mentioning. So within the last couple of weeks, a team of Italian scientists released a paper claiming to have detected an incredibly
Wow,
massive
that's,
network of shafts with 2 large structures at a depth of
Wow.
more than 2 kilometers below the Khafre pyramid. The technique behind the discovery is called synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography. To put it simply, this is a type of technology that can be found installed on both planes and satellites and sends down pulses towards the Earth. And it uses the returning signal to create either 2D or 3D images of its readings. But this is almost never used to detect anything below the surface, as its subsurface readings are incredibly inaccurate. Perhaps it could go through 10 feet of fine sand before it hits solid bedrock and ends
Oh
completely.
wow.
Now, this radar was
Jersey, you
directed
have a-
down
you
towards
have a
the
lot of
Giza
stuff
Plateau,
going on.
and the
I hope
data
to-
received was interpreted as showing a massive structure below the Khafre pyramid. So in a nutshell, this is what happened. But the controversy
Yeah,
is not
follow your heart.
necessarily over their findings, but instead
Follow your
of how
heart.
they represented their findings. When news of the radar data
Wow.
emerged,
So I
it
mean,
was
the guy in
accompanied
prison.
by
What
a
is he?
hard
Weren't you?
concept
So
images
what? You
depicting
were
different
seeing him, but you were also
chamber
seeing another
and
person. I
relieving
think it's all
chamber
good. You know,
structures,
people.
which are found in the Great
No,
Pyramid, not
you
in
gotta
the Khafre
take care of
pyramid,
yourself.
superimposed onto the
You gotta really take care of
interior
yourself,
Khafre
Jersey.
pyramid. They also depict more than 2 kilometer long vertical cylindrical shafts descending down into the Giza Plateau below Khafre's pyramid with winding staircases
That's
leading
good.
to 2 80-meter long chambers at the bottom, all of which are below Giza's water table.
No, I'm not saying it's
Aside
bad,
from
I'm
these
just saying,
problematic digital renderings, which may be dishonest
gotta
at
choose,
best, the
Jersey,
main
you know?
cause for concern here is that
I don't know if
these
you're just
new
memeing
scans
about
don't
being pregnant or
actually
not, but
depict the interior chambers
you should
of
find out,
Khafre's
you know, and
pyramid
not
that we know exist, chambers that
fuck
are
yourself
in fact
up
open to the public, let alone
because of
the 2
some
voids
emotional
that I discussed
stress.
earlier that were discovered back in the 1970s by the Stanford Research Institute. None of these known chambers and voids within Khafre's pyramid or below it are detected by this new 2025 scan. And for anybody questioning whether or not perhaps the 2025 scan is more accurate than the scan from the 60s and 70s, well, we know that those 60s and 70s scans were accurate because they tested the technology beforehand. They shot beams through the pyramid, and they were able to detect all 4 corners of Khafre's pyramid, as well as the
Well, I
limestone
just want you to
Khufu
know that,
peak on top of
like,
the
that
pyramid.
happened,
So they know that the
you know, it is
technology
like,
knew
if it is a
exactly.
pregnancy,
But
that's like
such
a child.
cross-testing,
Not that it's,
cross-examination for this new
you know,
SARS
I
scan
support
data has not been done. So we really have no
abortion,
reason to
and the legality of it
immediately
has to be.
believe what this research
Otherwise,
team
women are
is
not free.
proposing, or any of the
But
data
what
that they
I'm-
have
what
proposed
I,
thus far. And when these
I'm saying is, it's like,
propositions are
it's a
being
life.
paired with these
It's, you're gonna
evocative
mourn.
digital renderings that hardly seem
Happened to me
accurately
once, and the
represent
person didn't
scanned
want it,
images they've
so
released.
she aborted,
It seems to
and
me like a team who is hoping to make headlines and pull in large amounts of funds.
you know, you
rather
mourn
than
the
a
child,
legitimate
you mourn
and
the
credible
unborn.
scientific finding.
Aw,
And not to
I'm
mention
sorry,
that they
Jersey.
censored and removed
I really
Matt
am.
Simpson of Ancient
I'm really
Architects'
sorry.
comments regarding
I'm
his
just focusing on this
concerns
level.
their
I'm
scan
sorry,
data
Jersey.
on their Facebook page.
That's sad.
Any
Yeah,
professional
I'm so
scientific
sorry.
organization that is
Yeah, I'm
censoring,
sorry.
silencing, or
I really
blocking
am.
people who
Life
are
is
raising
hard.
questions
Life is
about their
fucked.
research is automatically open to an incredible amount of skepticism. My interpretation.
I'm
at
so
best,
sorry. Yeah,
is
you
that the
lost it.
scans are
Well,
picking up
I'm,
messy
you know,
data of extensive
you're over it,
underground
yeah.
caverns beneath
I went through
Khafre's
like
pyramid,
mourning.
of
I
which the
named
Egyptians
the
may very
child.
well
The
have
child has a
known were there,
name.
or
I
perhaps
commemorate
even
its like
accessed at one point in
birthday
time,
and shit.
as there are many more shafts and tunnels beneath Giza that Egyptologists claim have never
Yeah,
been
so I mean,
fully
I
explored.
support abortion being
If
legal, and if
indeed,
women want
there
it,
are many
you should
much
definitely
more
have it. But
credible
I'm just saying,
scan
like,
teams out there,
it's like
such
a
as the
child. You're
Scanned
mourning. Like,
Pyramids
you're
Project.
losing
This is the team
the child,
that
and people don't really.
verifiably
They're
discovered
unaware
the
of
void
that.
above the entrance to the Great Pyramid, as well as the large, probably duplicate Grand Gallery above Khufu's Grand Gallery. The Scanned Pyramids Project is much better equipped,
And it's
much
like, I'm
more
a man.
trustworthy, and
So I
has a
mean, if
much
anyone
longer
knows
track record
what
than
like the
these new
importance
SARS
of
guys,
a
and
child
are
is, like,
much
it's a
more
woman.
equipped to be able to prove
So
or
it's like,
disprove claims
even
like
my
this.
words,
What
like,
really
I'm sure
looking
you
forward to
understand
is
way more
seeing
than
what the
me.
Scanned
So
Pyramids
whatever.
Project
I'm just
discovers when they
fucking. What
finally
am
send
I?
a camera into the void above the Grand Gallery. Whatever found
You
in
know?
there, if there's anything in there at all, whether it's
It's like, Jersey, this is what you need to
hieroglyphs or
do.
some kind of
You need to do
artifact,
this.
whatever it is going to
like, what?
definitively prove who built the pyramids, and perhaps.
Sorry, I don't mean to
even
laugh, but
I truly
you know,
think
you just gotta
that
follow
the
your heart. You're right. We're in this
conversation,
universe.
for
We
the most
don't
part,
get
could
usually don't get
potentially
choose
end
stuff. We're
when this
given
happens.
stuff as
It's not
tests
going
and
to prove
blessings.
how they
Right?
were built, but I think it is almost certainly going to close the case on who built the pyramids. There are so many more aspects to the Giza Plateau other than the 3 Great Pyramids. I sort of understood this
What's up,
prior to
Gabe?
visiting
Gabe?
Egypt, but nothing can replace that evocative, romantic, strong, visceral feeling of actually being there and seeing it for yourself. There's a difference between thinking you know and then knowing. You get an incomparable feel for the size, scale, and depth of the Giza Plateau, and the fact that it is riddled with shafts descending into the ground at every turn.
That's a good question.
becomes
I think
cemented
I would
into your mind when you
say
actually
there's many
experience
layers.
it. The allure of walking along the docks that were placed
I was
just
definitely-
outside the Valley Temple, where you
There's a
can
lot
see
of,
that
like,
the
ego
ancient
and
Nile
anger
would have run
and-
up to the Valley Temple. You would
And
have, if you were a
failing,
priest, or maybe
just
even-
failing,
maybe
right?
even once a
Trying
year
to
during some
convince or
kind of
do
grand
something, but then
festival,
feel like
a normal
failing.
person would have had the
There was that.
privilege and the honor
But it's
of
also just the
stepping off of
mourning,
the
man.
riverboat
It's
onto
just
the
you
dock
mourn
and
the
walking into the Valley Temple
whatever it
with
is, the
these
child. It doesn't
huge
make sense, but you just
cyclopean
miss
stones.
it.
Even just one stone
weird.
can be the size of your average modern wall. Going up 30 or 40 feet with these cross beams as the sun shoots down into the temple with this white calcite gleaming floor with these solid black diorite.
I mean, I
coffer
wasn't the
statues
one that
people
made the
leaving
decision, right?
offerings at, and walking out the
I
back
wasn't the
door
one
of
to like
Valley
push the
Temple,
button.
gazing over at the Sphinx.
So
It's just
I don't have that
incredibly
level of
evocative.
potential
All the while,
guilt or regret or
beneath
whatever,
you
right?
is this huge web of
But I mean, I got to
interconnecting
take responsibility for me. I should not have had
labyrinths and
unprotected
shaft
sex
tunnels
with
and
an
halls
individual,
beneath the ground.
knowing that she
It's
would
just-
abort.
It is so endless.
So that's where I
There's
made my
so
mistake.
much happening at the Giza Plateau, other than the pyramids.
I mean, like, I'm a
when you
biologist. Like
study Egypt for long enough,
like
the
I've
pyramids start to sort
I
of
know
fade
more
away
about
in
this
the
than like
background as you
I've
sink
spent so
deep
much
into
money
everything
on
else that's around the
educating
pyramids
myself
and gives
about this.
context
So it's
to
like I got to take
who the
responsibility
people
for my
were
actions.
that lived here at the footsteps of these pyramids, who the ancient Egyptians were. And that's another thing. I feel like in
I
this
did
space,
Gapgate. I
it
did.
is not very popular
Very
or
loudly.
common for people to be genuinely interested in the ancient Egyptians themselves. And people
I
tend
wanted
be
to talk to her
disappointed
parents.
when you tell them, well, listen,
She didn't
we
want to talk
still
to her
don't
parents. She
understand
wanted to hide it, and
necessarily
I'm like,
how
you
all
need
these
to like
feats are
at least
achieved, But
If you're gonna do this,
you know
I think you
who
should definitely at
did
least tell your
it, and
parents.
You can study the culture of these people and learn to
And she
understand
didn't
them.
want to, and that really
Perhaps the
pissed
more
me
you learn
off
to understand them,
because
you may be
I
able
felt
to
it was really like
individual
juvenile.
discoveries
I mean, I
that
wasn't
give
doubting
you
her
greater
decision,
insight
but it just
into
felt
who these people
juvenile,
were
and it's just
why
like
they
this
achieved the
is
things
fucking
that
hell,
they did, why they were able to achieve these things.
right?
I
And I'm
find
fine with going through
studying the
hell,
daily
but
life
like let's
of
fucking
regular
like
people,
not.
sometimes even the royal court.
It's not making more
is so
hellish,
popular, but
you know?
I always like studying the regular person, whether it's the workman or whether it's women or people
It's
living
not. I
in
mean, it's not
town,
hell.
or
I haven't
how the
experienced true hell.
government is run so,
you know what
so
I mean.
long ago. I find these
I mean, I
details
hope you don't know
so
what I mean, but if you do, I'm
juicy
sorry.
and deep. And as you go down into studying these people and learning more about them, and then you gaze back at the
Yeah,
pyramids,
dude.
you get a better sense
Trying?
of what life was
It took me
like
a
in
long
ancient
time
Rome
to
and
like
just how
try
important the
again.
pyramids
Just in
are. You get
anything.
a sense that you wouldn't have had
Try
otherwise.
anything.
And that's why I think that studying the
And I think
Egyptians themselves
GoldenEye really
is
helped
so
me
important,
push through
is
that
so
barrier
necessary for anybody
of
who's
just
wrapped up
trying
in
and willing.
the
Like the
allure of
will,
the
when you
mysteries
will your
around
way
how they
through
built the
something.
pyramids and what the pyramids were used for, whether they were, you know, many people think a machine of some kind, or many people think a
Oh yeah,
worshiping center.
we
That's-
broke up, but
something in there is more so what
it wasn't her fault. It was my reaction. I was surprised by my reaction.
Mystery schools and these sacred practices. It's just so obvious to me that everything beyond the 5th century in Greece, when you pass beyond the
Question
origins
is,
of
like,
the
could I
Western
forgive
world,
her?
our minds that you and I have, where we are very impious.
yeah, I mean, of
people who
course.
look
But-
at the world and decide to take the world into our own hands. It's a very
I don't know, she
Western,
pissed me off
it's
a lot.
very modern, first world country sort of mindset.
I think we're just
These
not
are
meant
not
to be
those
together.
people. These are people who
Which
are
is fine.
extremely pious and really, really cared about paying tribute and honoring and worshiping their
Thanks, bros.
gods. And
Thanks
their
for this
view of their
free
world is entirely different than
Psychology.
our own. And I find
session.
that diving into that is just so enriching and mysterious and deep. You know, we talk about the unfinished obelisk that's down in the Aswan quarry, this 1,400-ton solid red Aswan granite obelisk.
Jersey,
that who
you're
knows
the
how they were
best.
actually going to lift this
You're the
thing. I
best.
mean, it's almost
You say it
unimaginable.
so truthfully.
Imaginable. But there is a
She doesn't want none, but want the
350-ton
benefits.
obelisk that
You
was
gotta be happy
erected
at
by
anything
the
no
pharaoh
more.
Hatshepsut at the beginning of the New Kingdom, and at the bottom these perfectly
Yeah, that was
defined,
man, that was
perfectly
years ago.
symmetrical Egyptian hieroglyphs
Sorry, not man, but you know what I
detail
mean.
why Hatshepsut erected 2 obelisks over the course of 7 months. She said that she did it like any good king would, spent an incredible amount of money to erect 2 massive megalithic obelisks as
Yeah, but I think it
eternal
was just, I
gifts
think she
for
just
the
didn't
god
want to be
Amun.
pregnant.
These were acts of
Like, she
piety.
just didn't want a
These were
child.
These were gifts that were given to the god.
I mean, I don't
These
like.
are very religious people who are doing things for
I
some
understand-
kind
like,
of
I
deeper
understand that.
spiritual religious meaning, of which we don't really understand what
Especially
the
when we
implications of that were.
talked
we
about
don't
it
really
beforehand.
understand what ancient Egyptian religion was like. We don't really understand what the priesthood was like and how real and visceral their experiences were. Or, I'll just say, I don't think that they were interacting with their gods in any kind of symbolic sense. I think these things were literally happening. It's the same way in ancient Greece you have these women who are not figuratively, not metaphorically becoming possessed by the god and becoming an oracle. They are literally becoming possessed by the god. It's not symbolic or metaphorical in any way, it is literal. And I think that there's something deep and spiritual that's going on in the ancient world that we have got to escape our Western modern mindset to understand. And the last thing I'll say about this SARS-CoV scan, the ancient civilization, ancient mystery realm is very, very popular right now. And anybody who is feeding you information and visuals and images that seem like they are just tailor-made to fit the bill
Wow.
of the interest of people in this popular space, if somebody's feeding you what you want to hear, you should be
Follow your heart,
cautious of
Lindsay.
this. This is something that you don't have to deal with on my channel. I constantly tell you guys things that you may not want to hear. When you come across a channel or when you come across a research team that tells you everything that you want to hear, they feed into every single popular idea, be wary, be skeptical of that, because selling mystery is
I can
easy
say so.
and very profitable. Now, there's a lot of real mystery out there. It's what I spend every waking hour of my life studying, and it's what I make videos about. When you're watching my channel, this is all 100% real and honest, and I'm going to
My view
tell it to
presses are
you
getting better.
like it is, whether you like it or
My view
not.
presses are
And
way
sometimes
better.
whether
Like,
I
look
like
at
it or
this.
not. So I just got home from about a 20-day excursion to Egypt, and one of the things that I was most impressed by the Giza Plateau in particular, aside from the fact that it literally
I know my
dwarfs
guy.
every single other ancient site that I have ever been to, is actually the density of architecture and tombs and tunnels and shafts and holes that lead to seemingly nowhere that are scattered all around the Giza pyramids. It seemed like everywhere I walked on the peripheral of the Great Pyramids, there was some strange hole or shaft just falling off into the ground 40 feet down or more, where I couldn't even see the bottom. The entire plateau around the Great Pyramids is filled with these mysterious, strange, alluring, dark shafts, tunnels, and crypts that lead to nowhere. I was blown away by the sides of Menkaura's mortuary temple and the length of the causeway, and I was even more bewildered that Menkaura's valley
Yeah, this
temple
level
still
destroys
remains
the
beneath
stick.
the sands. And as I stood on that causeway, peering out into the southern desert away from the
Funny.
Giza Plateau, I could only think about how many other ancient treasures must be buried beneath these sands, beneath the foundation of Giza's 4th dynasty. And I wondered, how much further back does all of this construction go beyond the 4th dynasty, into the 3rd, 2nd, 1st, or even pre-dynastic Egypt? Now, a lot of time is spent by a lot of people studying these great mysteries of the Giza Plateau, like how the Great Pyramids were built and what their entire purpose was. But one thing that I always like to consider is, who were the people that were actually living here on the peripherals of this great construction during its time, some 4,500 years ago? And at so many ancient sites throughout Egypt, you can see the evidence of these earlier seeds at these temples leading back further into antiquity. You can take Karnak Temple, for example. We found this base of a column that had been exposed of this gigantic temple that once existed but was built on top of by later dynasties. Now, the primary builders at Karnak Temple are pharaohs of the New Kingdom, such as Hatshepsut or Thutmose III, but evidence suggests that it actually goes
Live and
all the
let
way back to
die.
the end of the Old Kingdom around 2100 BC under the pharaoh Wahang Intep II. These little details that are very easy to miss are what
Live and
makes
let
studying
die.
Egyptology so satisfying. And it really brings the nuance and the detail and the mystery of Egypt to life. And throughout the several days that I spent at Giza, I was always pointing off into the peripherals, just imagining what
You
must be
used to
laying
say,
beneath the waves
live and
and
let
millennia of
live.
sand that is
You
built
know
up
you did,
around
you
the
know
Giza
you did,
Plateau.
you know
What
you
secrets
did.
does Giza still hold, and how old must some of these still buried structures be, and how much older than the Great Pyramids must some of these still buried
Did Michael
structures
Jackson
be?
own
So
that
I started
song too,
researching.
or was that Wings?
What existed at Giza before
I don't know if
the
that's
Great
Wings or
Pyramids?
Beatles.
What existed there
I think it was
before
Wings.
the 4th dynasty began their major construction projects, and is there any evidence of this? Or was Khufu the very first builder at Giza, and there's nothing there before him? Well, the Great Pyramids exist upon the Giza Plateau, which sits above where the Egyptians would have lived in this rich, fertile, black land that is seasonally inundated by the Nile. We often think of Egyptians as being these loincloth-wearing desert dwellers riding camels from place to place, but that couldn't be further from the truth. These were people who were filthy rich, living in an absolutely beautiful tropical
What?
area.
Come
They
on,
were
man.
spoiled
Where are
rotten by
you?
the Nile. They were not desert people. They lived on the Nile. And the vast majority of them were barley and wheat farmers. And giving up portions of their agriculture as well as seasonal labor is how an Egyptian paid their tax to the pharaoh. Now, we do have evidence that people were living along the Nile for as long as 70,000 years. But why is it not easy to be able to find these 1st dynasty, 2nd dynasty, 3rd dynasty homes that were down the plateau from the Giza pyramids? Well, there's very little real estate in Egypt. Egyptians have never lived in the middle of the desert. They only live in the tropical areas right along the Nile, and that's very slim pickings for real estate. And that real estate has been built over dozens and dozens of times over the last 5,000 years. So it's impossible, almost impossible, to find these homes from early dynastic or pre-dynastic Egyptians. However, we do have monuments that are still almost perfectly preserved that mark their existence. And this is why tombs are so important in Egypt. Egyptians didn't build their tombs where they lived, they built them and dug them in the deserts and in the cliffs west of the Nile, where they have remained
that was
pretty
so
much
close.
untouched for the last 5,000 or more years. As a little side note, if you're ever traveling through Egypt on one of my tours, you will eventually notice that all of the tombs in Egypt are on the west side of the Nile. Well, why is that? Well, the Egyptians, like many other cultures around the world, revered the sun. They were a sun-worshipping culture, and they called it Ra, R-A. It was born in the morning and it died in the evening, and it gave life to everything vital in the Egyptian world. And sometimes you see this word Ra in the names of the pharaohs, like Khafra, who is the pharaoh that is attributed to the construction of
Man,
the
22 is really
middle
tight, eh?
pyramid, or the second pyramid. Now, a Ka to an ancient Egyptian is the spiritual double, the vital essence of that body. So you have Ka and then you have Ra, which is the vital essence of Ra, or the likeness of Ra. Then you have the pharaoh that is a descendant of Khafra, which would be Menkara. So you have Min, which means everlasting or enduring, and then you have Ka, which means the essence of, and then you have Ra, so the everlasting essence of Ra. And Ra would be born in the east.
I see it dry up. Oh, the rain.
So Egyptians
By
buried
pregnancy
themselves
test.
in the west to be reborn.
Follow your
again
heart,
in the
Jonesy.
east.
Follow
It was
it.
a
Follow your heart
deep
forever.
part of the Egyptian psychology. And this is actually where the classic phrase comes from when people are passed away and you say they've gone west. This comes from ancient Egypt. So these western tombs are in their greatest density from Abu Sir all the way down past Saqqara to Dashur, where Senefru's red and bent pyramid are constructed. Now these numerous tombs would have belonged to people who lived in and around Memphis, which was Egypt's long-standing ancient capital, sometime around the Great Unification of Egypt, which would be around 3100 BC under the first pharaoh Narmer, all the way until Egypt would fall after the death of Cleopatra and the annexation into the Roman Empire around 30 BC. And really even a little bit after that, as many Greeks and Romans would bury themselves out here too. But what about north of Abu Sir, up at the Giza Plateau? Is there anything there that actually predates Khufu, or the Great Pyramid? Well, it's not easy to peer through 5,000 years of continuous construction to find the earliest structures that are sitting at the very bottom. But we do have a few glimpses of earlier construction. So in 1904, archaeologists uncovered what they believe to be the oldest mastaba at Giza. Now, a mastaba is what is believed to be the precursor to the step pyramid. If you look at the step pyramid, it's comprised of 5 or 6 different mastabas, and it's essentially a large bench-like structure where there is either a tomb inside or a tomb carved into these tunnels and crypts underneath the ground, and it's this large rock building that is built on top of it to prevent tomb robbers from being able to get inside the crypts underneath it. So they call this a mastaba. Now, after discovering a clay seal with the symbol of the pharaoh Jet, they dated this mastaba to the first dynasty, and this is about 4 centuries before Khufu. Now later on, Flinders Petrie would return to this mastaba and document it in more detail, and it was constructed out of mud brick and was consistent with the style of architecture found in various other First Dynasty mastabas. This was a huge structure, approximately about 120 feet by 50 feet, and it's not actually known who was entombed inside this mastaba, but clearly it must have been a very important person. Maybe a pharaoh or someone directly related to the pharaoh, as in the First Dynasties, the entire cabinet or the government that served the pharaoh was made up of the pharaoh's family members. And it wasn't until later on, sometime in the later half of the 4th Dynasty into the 5th and 6th Dynasties, where various people from outside the pharaoh's family began to take prominent roles in the Egyptian government. And really, unfortunately, this is actually the beginning of the end of Egypt's Old Kingdom, because you have other powerful people who are not directly related to the pharaoh rising in prominence, wealth, and power in Egypt and began to challenge the pharaoh's power. And the very beginning of that is actually the beginning of the end for the Old Kingdom. It's very, very important that in Egypt, the pharaoh and his family, but really the pharaoh, has absolute power over the entire land. But nonetheless, unquestionably, this mastaba marks the burial place of a very important person who lived during Egypt's first dynasty, which is again several centuries before Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaura. And dotting the exterior of this huge first dynasty mastaba was somewhere around 55 to 60 other smaller tombs, which had been heavily looted, but Petrie was able to find and document several artifacts that made it seem that these were artisans, painters, dancers, people who would have been close in relation to whoever the owner of the central mastaba was. Interestingly, when Petrie penetrated the structure, he measured the inner burial chamber and found that it measured 35 feet by 18 feet. Now, for anybody who's an expert on the Great Pyramid, you will know that those are the exact dimensions of the Great Pyramid's King's Chamber. And that is obviously very unlikely to be a coincidence. Certainly there is a significance to this measurement and these proportions that is lost to us some 5,000 years later. And I'd love to return to this mastaba and explore it and document it for myself to present to you guys, but unfortunately it was recorded over 100 years ago, and somehow the sands of time have reclaimed this burial site and nobody knows the location of it. Additionally, Petrie is recorded to have also discovered a mastaba from the second dynasty. He said that he found it, quote, on top of a ridge facing the cultivation in front of the mastaba from the first dynasty. He was able to find an entrance into the mastaba where he recorded a series of 2 portcullises, which are essentially where you lower down this large granite door jamb that is supposed to permanently close off outsiders from the inner chamber. But he was able to get past these 2 portcullises, which had probably been raided far back in antiquity, thousands of years ago, and he made it into the inner burial chamber. Inside the chamber, he found numerous soft and hard stone vessels, as well as 5 clay seals bearing the name of the pharaoh Ninetjer, which he used this evidence to date the mastaba to the second dynasty. Unfortunately, this mastaba has also disappeared to the sands of time. You have to think, if these large and important sites are being covered up by the Giza sands in just a century, you have to imagine what else is out there that has been covered up by 5,000 years of constant blowing winds. How far down on the Giza Plateau must some of these early dynastic or pre-dynastic burials and structures be? Fortunately, we do actually have a third mastaba that was documented by Petrie that he dated to the third dynasty, but it was actually found by an archaeologist named Covington. This mastaba is known as Covington's Tomb, and it was excavated in the area known as Mastaba Mount, where a collection of other burial sites can be found as well. Mastaba Mount sits about 5,000 feet directly south of the Great Pyramid, exactly in that area south of the Giza Plateau where I was looking off into the desert and just imagining what else must be out there. The earliest reports of the mastaba come from Covington and Petrie, which describe the exterior walls or the casing stones as leaning in on themselves and being packed very tightly without mortar. This is not dissimilar from the other early pyramidal mastabas that have been found at Saqqara and other First Dynasty sites. This innovation of these stones being tightly fitted towards each other and leaning in on themselves is really an amazing architectural innovation in such remote history. You can only imagine how did architects ever think to make walls that aren't straight up but are instead leaning in on themselves? It was probably to create stability as well as to making it even more difficult for tomb robbers to be able to break into the structure. If all the stones lean on themselves, the structure has even more pressure in on itself, making the blocks harder to quarry away. And its interior led to a tunnel network beneath the mastaba that was this large series of crypts and shafts, and may have even inspired the tunnels beneath the Saqqara pyramid as well. Using the artifacts inside and around Covington's tombs, both Covington and Petrie dated the site to the third dynasty. And interestingly, they also documented that they felt that Covington's tomb was perhaps aligned directly southward from the Great Pyramid. But unfortunately and oddly, their fleshed out documentation of this was written in the early 1900s but wasn't released for over a century later. But it might be because they realized that this northern-southern alignment with the Great Pyramid was actually incorrect, as just about 40 feet to the east of Covington's tomb lies this very strange mastaba platform structure. And it's actually this strange platform that is in perfect north-south alignment with the Great Pyramid. It was excavated as though it were a mastaba, but no interior was ever discovered. All that Petrie ever found in the early 1900s were fragments of various early dynasty artifacts laying around it. He climbed up to the top of the platform where there was no entrance, but there was this singular pit in the middle of the platform. Now, what could this pit be? Well, it may be, just maybe, it is a pit where a large wooden beam was slid down inside, and as it faces directly true north-south of the Great Pyramid, it may have been used by the Great Pyramid's architects to perfectly align the pyramid to true north and south. It would be very interesting if any other platforms with pits in the middle of this could be discovered, perhaps west of the Great Pyramid, as if there were any to the north or to the east, they would be covered up by modern-day Cairo. Now again, both this platform and Covington's tomb exist in this larger area known as Mastaba Mount, which was probably the central part of a larger network of a necropolis that was quarried away or has just been covered up by the sands of time over the last 5,000 years. But Covington's tomb and the viewing platform are not the only sites in the southern desert that actually predate the 4th dynasty. There is an entire ridge along the peripheral of the southeast corner of the Giza Plateau known as the Mahdi Outcrop, and this is a place where numerous tombs that are attributed to the construction workers of the entire Giza Plateau have been found. And on top of that, there is a small amount of evidence from an ancient dump site that shows us that this workers' village or town was actually not too far away from these tombs. The evidence seems to point towards the fact that during the construction of Menkaura's Valley Temple, which, okay, so you have a pyramid construction. You have the pyramid, you have the mortuary temple, and then you have the long causeway that leads down to the Nile River. And the temple that connects to the causeway to the Nile River is known as the Valley Temple. It exists
Hey
at
buddy,
the bottom
follow your
of the
heart,
valley.
Toad.
It appears that the construction of Menkaura's Valley Temple actually displaced a local workers' village. And during the construction of
What am I
Menkaura's
doing?
Valley Temple, part of a section of or the entire workers' village was actually collected and dumped nearby in the desert. And this is what archaeologists found just around a century ago. Among this heap were a plethora of artifacts with pharaonic seals dating anywhere from the early 1st dynasty all the way down to the 4th dynasty, including the pharaohs Khufu and Khafre, but nothing of Menkaura, meaning that this settlement probably did not exist during Menkaura's reign because it was destroyed during Menkaura's reign. On another side note, as impressive and as important as Khafre's Valley Temple is, I found it really striking that when I was standing on Menkaura's causeway, looking down at where his Valley Temple should be, it was, to this day, it is still completely covered up by the sands and is not currently excavated. I find that very surprising with how important Menkaura's site is and how important Valley Temples are. And lastly, although it's a very popular idea among alternate history purveyors such as Graham Hancock or Robert Schoch or various others, it is also proposed by bona fide Egyptologists that the Sphinx may well predate Khafre's reign or the entire 4th dynasty as a whole. Or at the very least, the limestone outcropping which later made up the body and head of the Sphinx was a venerated monument that was facing due east by earlier dynasties such as the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st, or even pre-dynastic Egyptians. And only later was this limestone outcropping reformed into the body and face of the pharaoh Khafre. Or perhaps it was originally a limestone outcropping that was then shaped into a lion, that was then shaped into an Egyptian sphinx as we see today. Now, of course, when you're dealing with artifacts and monuments that are around 5,000 years old or even older, the evidence is very scant to begin with. And really the only evidence that we actually have for the Sphinx being much older than the 4th dynasty is the very obvious and deep water erosion marks that line the Sphinx pit, which these erosional marks seem to indicate that the Sphinx must have been dug out during a time when Egypt was experiencing much more rainfall. Throughout the course of the early dynasties into the end of the Old Kingdom, Egypt was rapidly drying up, and it's actually thought that drastic climate change and drought may have attributed to the fall of the Old Kingdom around 2100 BC. which seems to make it pretty unlikely to me that the Sphinx would be able to incur that much erosion if it were constructed towards the end of the earlier dynasties around 2400 BC. If I had to take my academic hat off for a moment and just speculate, I don't really find it implausible that the greater limestone outcropping that perhaps made up or would later make up the Sphinx body and head may have been dug out and venerated during early dynastic or pre-dynastic times, let's say somewhere around 3100 BC, maybe a little before or afterwards. And during this time, when Egypt was much more wet than it would be 1,000 years later, it was able to incur this kind of rainfall that give us these erosional markings. Now, when exactly that limestone outcropping was actually cut and formed into the body and head of a lion or the body and head of a sphinx with the head of a pharaoh, we will never exactly know. It's pretty obvious that the head of the sphinx today is representing the head of the pharaoh Khafra, but what it was carved into before that is pure speculation. However, on the other hand, I don't really find it implausible that during the construction of Khafra's pyramid, as they're paving that causeway, they run into a large limestone outcrop.
Hey Toad, I'm glad you're here watching me while you're out.
Khafra
That's pretty
and
cool.
His architects, probably his architects, see it as an opportunity
I'm
to
honored.
turn this huge limestone
Rather
outcrop
Camp K.
into a monument dedicated to Khafra. And they turn the causeway to the side, build a valley temple next to the Sphinx, and then build a temple in front of the Sphinx. That doesn't seem implausible, but then you have to consider, well, that's at 2400 BC, and Egypt is rapidly drying up towards the end of the Old Kingdom. How do we account for the amount of rainfall needed for those deep erosional markings at a time when Egypt is about to be completely dried up? I guess that's one of those great mysteries of Egypt.
So I'm walking around the deserts of Dashur at the foot of the Red Pyramid with the Bent Pyramid, a couple miles away.
That's so cool.
This is supposedly the funerary monument of the king Senefru during his rather obsessive streak of building these gigantic monumental pyramids. But one of the main mysteries here is, walking all around the base of the Red Pyramid, there's not really any funerary monuments like you see in previous necropoli, like the Pyramid of Zoser. So up here's Land of Kim. What's up, everybody?
Photo
So
bomb.
we were talking about one of the strange things here is that, Senefru supposedly is building this pyramid, going on this rather obsessive streak of building these giant monumental pyramids. But there's no decoration inside like you see at Saqqara in commemoration of King Zoser. There's no turquoise scarabs decorating the walls meant to look like the king's palace during his life. There's nothing like that here. It's totally different, and it goes on for the Maidun Pyramid, the Bent Pyramid, the Red Pyramid, Khufu's Pyramid, Khafre's Pyramid, Menkare's Pyramid. It's just a total mystery. What do you think?
So another question about the Seneferu 3 pyramid burial hypothesis is why start out in the Fayum Oasis? So the Pyramid of Maidum is located in the Fayum Oasis, which is like an hour and a half, 2-hour drive from where we are here in Dashur. So he built this massive pyramid, the Pyramid of Maidum, in the Fayum Oasis, which had catastrophic collapse of the exterior casing stones, which basically brought the whole construction process and the entire pyramid crashing down. And then he restarted the process here in Dashur with what they say started with the Bent Pyramid. And you'll see here in just a minute when we walk up towards there, the execution of the architectural design is immaculate. And I think it's a really unfortunate myth about the construction of the Bent Pyramid that this was somehow a mistake in the engineering or design phase, that they had to change the taper at the top. It's actually very intentional because the slope angle of the top of the Bent Pyramid is exactly the same as what you see here in the Red Pyramid. You could take this one and sit it on the top and it's the exact same slope angle. So that slope angle is mimicked between these two structures. And again, I think it's a very unfortunate misunderstanding about the construction of the bent pyramid, that was somehow an architectural or engineering error. And then they came over here and built this one. And I think you'll agree that looking at these two, after seeing what we saw on the Giza Plateau, that these are just as impressive as anything on the Giza Plateau.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I also love just the setting of this. It's out here in the desert. It feels like you're in an ancient place. Yeah, this is really amazing. Giza was indescribable how monumental and colossal everything is there, and the density. You're walking around Giza and it's like everywhere you look there's something new to see, but being out here in the desert of Dashur at the foot of the pyramid and there's nobody here, this feels like I'm standing in a very ancient place.
That's cool, man. Oh my God, guys, we gotta go to Egypt, man.
So during the 3 weeks that I spent in
Guys and
Egypt
girls.
last month, I had the pleasure of
Gotta go to
first meeting
Egypt.
up with a friend that I had online for a little while. His name is Jeffrey Drum, but you may know him as the Land of Kim. And essentially, his entire thesis is that the pyramids of ancient Egypt, or at least most of them, were actually alchemical factories. And while I really have no comprehensive understanding at all surrounding his theories, he was gracious enough to meet up with me and actually take me all the way around Giza and Saqqara for the first couple days that I was there. And he was the best tour guide that I could have asked for.
So
Interesting.
we were just discussing this red coating compound that we have.
Yeah, Egypt would be fucked.
detailing the exact
Egypt's
chemical
fucked.
composition of this
Cairo's
coating
fucked.
compound. And it's all over several casing stones on the eastern side and also on the capstone.
I've never
the
been.
remaining pieces of the original capstone.
But
that now make
man,
up the
Egypt and
structure.
Cairo are really fucked.
And the last time we were out here, we happened to find this. So this is an original edge piece of the casing stone. So imagine this piece of casing being an edge piece that went up the side of the pyramid. And you can see here on this edge piece that both sides of the edge were originally painted with this red coating compound. And the coating compound is a mixture of 3 different chemicals. It's silicon dioxide, sulfur trioxide, and aluminum trioxide, which created a chemical and corrosion-resistant coating compound that once covered the entire exterior of the structure. With the paint on both sides, other than the actual erosion of the stone itself, which has weathered away a lot of it. But here you can see on this edge the red paint and the remnants on the other side. And it's really cool to envision this piece sitting in its original position on the edge of the red pyramid. All right, so we're talking about the mechanisms of operation that go into the function of the red pyramid. And in my hypothesis, I've proposed step-by-step mechanisms that create the chemical reaction inside of these chambers. So we're starting with the water filling process. And you can see here on the lower portion of the chamber, there is a staining pattern that is indicative of the fluid dynamics that were involved in the first stage of the reaction process. And we've actually duplicated this fluid dynamic pattern in a series of experiments where we introduced water into a scale model of the chamber through the inlet shaft here at the bottom of the descending shaft, and the water flows into the first chamber here, as you can see, with the stain.
That's what I mean, dude. I do not want to go to the pyramids because it'd be this, like,
This wall, creating the wave formation that you can see here. The wave then drops down.
you can't really control what's gonna go down.
Continues around the chamber, as you can see here, and then crashes back up into this wall, the wave pattern that you can see here. And again, we replicated this exact same pattern in a series on my channel called the Red Pyramid Fluid Dynamics Experiments, where we had a tub with the same dimensions of the lower portion of chamber 1 here inside the red pyramid. We introduced water through the proposed inlet shaft, and it created this exact same circulation and wave pattern where it crashes up into each corner as it fills up the lower portion of the chamber. And the next thing to point out is the nebulous staining. So all of the staining on the wall.
Oh wow, I bet, man. I didn't even like know, I didn't even understand the value of the pyramids until,
Zinc,
I don't know,
copper,
2021, 2020.
concentrations of lead in a few areas, which we'll show you here in just a moment. But these staining also contain trace radioactive metals like thorium. And you can see here when we get to the 3rd tier is where the staining gets very, very dark. And the staining gets darker as we get to the upper portion of the chamber. And if you turn around, just follow this 3rd tier, you can see the dark staining on the edge of the 3rd tier. So the 1st tier, there's nothing on the edge here, nothing on the edge here.
Yeah.
When you get to the 3rd tier, and here is almost a perfect line going across the
There were a couple Egyptian scammers in Guangzhou, China.
I have to say, I like when Kim's
They
ideas
were at
about
the airport,
these,
and on my way
you
to
know, we hear a
the,
lot of alternate
I think I
theories
told the
about,
story, didn't I?
what the
On the
pyramids
way to
just could have
the
been, rather than just a simple royal tomb.
The check-in, they came and they said, oh, we need, like, they said,
Whereas
we can't access
his
the money,
ideas
we
seem
missed
like
our
something
flight, and
that elevates the status
we're
of Egypt, it makes Egypt
Egyptian,
more powerful,
and
gives Egypt,
we need like
I guess
$300,
chemical
$400 or
processes
some shit.
that help,
Chinese money.
agriculture, or help,
I think it was actually
Egypt's
the
economy,
equivalent
helps elevate
of
Egypt above the rest of the
120
ancient world, which is
Canadian dollars in Chinese money.
what the pyramids would
I
have
think they
used
did it
for,
because some people have
regardless of
R&B
their
that they
true
just want to
function.
like
I like-
get rid of.
I like
Not get
this
rid of,
idea.
but anyways, I started asking all these
This-
questions. They couldn't validate
The
anything.
smell is very strong.
Fucking scammers, piece of shit. They come to China to fucking scam.
synthesis of the ammonia solution. So by ammonia solution, I mean ammonia
Bunch of
gas
assholes, man.
dissolved into water. Today, in our modern industrial ammonia manufacturing process, we make liquid ammonia, which is ammonia gas that has then been super cooled and turned into a liquid form. But the ancient process was a lot simpler by simply dissolving gaseous ammonia into water to produce an aqueous solution of ammonia, very similar to what
Come
you
on,
have
man.
under your kitchen sink.
Shoot her.
Household ammonia
Shoot
is an
her.
aqueous solution of gaseous ammonia dissolved in water. And notice here in the second chamber, and we go up to the 3rd tier, that very clear delineation
Yeah, fuck 'em.
starts precisely at the 3rd tier. And look at how dark it gets in this portion of the chamber up here. Because again, you're compressing the gases into the upper portion of the chamber, the temperature and the pressure of the reaction are increasing, which is creating more of these extrusions coming out of the stones.
We love you, Landed Cam, but I think you're tripping, brother.
Liquefied material
I think you are tripping.
that is being extruded out of the stone due to fluctuations of pressure inside of the chamber. So imagine a sponge. A sponge is going to have a bunch of liquid inside of it. This is stone, and the stone doesn't have liquids in it, but it has metal oxides that are heated to a certain temperature that liquefy the material. And the fluctuations of pressure inside of the chamber cause these drip stainings to form on the
Pressure inside the chamber, how?
And again, you see that the
I think this guy's
concentration
tripping.
of the staining is much greater in the areas of the chamber that experience the greatest fluctuations in pressure. So this is where things kind of get interesting in terms of the chemical analysis. When we get to the top of the stairs, that's where we find the
We love you,
highest
Landy Cam, but
concentrations of lead and zinc in
Interesting.
the holes at the top of the chamber. We always bring a UV light in here just so you can see the staining under the UV light. And you can see the glow of the material.
This guy's tripping. This guy's tripping out hard. We love you, Landicam.
And these holes are bilateral, meaning that they are in the same location on both sides of the chamber. And photos from the original, not original excavations, but the original restoration and some early 1900s photos show that this entire wall was completely covered in those geological extrusion stains. Now, unfortunately, this entire wall is covered up with a staircase that we'll use to access the third and final chamber. Again, kind of the fallacy about the pharaonic burial hypothesis is not only the difficulty of getting your pharaonic burial down inside the structure, you then have to haul it all the way up here to the third and final chamber, which would be completely inaccessible without this staircase system. So there would certainly be some challenges in getting your pharaoh body down inside of this structure. And I think Luke would agree,
Cool, come
having
on.
been inside of here, it certainly has more of an industrial feel than it does a pharaonic burial.
Come on,
So
man.
right now we're going up the staircase in Seneferu's red pyramid up to the third final chamber. Here behind me you can see the corbelled ceilings that you also see in the grand gallery of the Great Pyramid.
So before you go further, check this out. These bilateral housings here on each side. And there's not only drip staining coming down, but also above. So if this was coming from bats, how are they then producing this drip staining? And how are they creating this line that moves all the way across the chamber? Here you can really see how dark the staining is in the upper portion of the wall. And this sample location in this house here had extremely high concentrations of lead compared to all of the other.
This guy's tripping, man.
And you'll notice also if you turn around here,
We love you,
how
Landicam, but I think you're tripping out.
dark the staining is on all of these walls here. Right above the connecting passage. And then here on this side is some of the densest concentration of the staining in the entire structure, which is an indication that this area
Hey,
of
come
the reactor
on, man.
is the one that experienced the highest fluctuations of temperature and pressure. Highest temperature being achieved, and also the biggest differences in high pressure.
This guy is really
So
tripping,
now
man.
we are entering the main final chamber of the Red Pyramid. Oh, wow.
So as I was saying, this was the original level of the floor. Going across the
Right, right.
So the floor and this entire pit was excavated out of the structure. And then again, looking up into the upper hall,
What the fuck?
Anytime there were these massive efforts to excavate, there had to be a good reason for them to start hauling out all these stones. This is a massive amount of work to excavate all of this material from the chamber. So what was in here that gave them the idea that, okay, we're going to start digging here and we're going to excavate out all of these stones out of the chamber in an effort to find something. So there was something in
This guy's
here
tripping, bro.
that was the impetus for the decision to decide to do all this work.
Oh, come on.
What do you think that was?
The outlet shaft. And they were following that shaft in search of the next burial chamber, the actual burial chamber. Because no burial was ever found inside here.
Now, you guys all know that I believe that the pyramids in Egypt were being used as tombs one way or another. But I like Land of Kim's alternate explanation as well, because he incorporates something that most other alternative theories do not, and it is just a common sense means by which these pyramids would greater benefit the Egyptian people, whether that be agriculture or chemicals that they need, something that stimulates Egypt's economy. It makes some kind of practical sense, much more than some other alternate explanations.
So one of the things that I think about is when this chamber was constructed, it was probably the largest room in the entire world. The significance of this room just can't be understated. It was the largest, the most important room, chamber on the entire planet when it was constructed. Made out of huge blocks. Nothing had been made like this before this era. Look at the size of this stone here. Comes all the way to here. Actually, it goes all the way back there. Absolutely colossal room. Now, what's really interesting about this is that this room is actually raised up above the chamber that's down there by some 20 feet or so. And while this looks like a path that's easy to walk through without hitting your head, this really was more like a square tunnel, because all of this right here was actually quarried out to make it easier to walk through. Originally, it would have been about this tall, but everything down here, you can see all these chisel marks, all of this was quarried and carried out to make it easier to access.
Wow. That's crazy. Well, why?
To facilitate the removal of extracted material from
Right.
the chamber. Yeah. Another hypothesis is that they actually found something in there that was too large for them to remove through the shaft, so they had to expand the connecting passage to haul out whatever it was that was removed from that chamber.
I have to admit, there were so many things that he pointed out to me about the three great pyramids on the Giza Plateau, as well as the pyramids at Dashur, that I really had no idea about, and certain elements of the interiors of the pyramids that I had never considered before. And I think that if Land of Kim is right, and even just one site in Egypt, well, we're talking about a major discovery.
Now, something that is also amazing about this architecture is the invention of the corbelled ceiling. Now, the Egyptians are using either throughout early dynastic history or even pre-dynastic history, they're either using size stones, or they're using absolutely colossal stones. But at the very, very beginning of this early architecture, the idea of constructing a huge open roof was in its infancy. And so something that they would do is they would stack these stones on top of each other, and then they would just barely have a lid hanging out in front of the other. And you can see behind me, Jeff is illuminating it. And so they just ever so slightly allow the block on top of the next, or on top of the below block, to hang out above it. And it creates this huge arched corbelled ceiling. And it was obviously revolutionary in its time, the very, very first time anything like that had ever been done. So walking through here is a great example of how it's just so strange that this is a pharaonic burial, because Seneferu's burial chamber would have been all the way up there, and we don't have the remnants or the evidence of a staircase once leading up there in ancient times. But to get his body through here, we would have had to crouch through these small tunnels. And it just seems extremely cumbersome to be able to get the sacred body of the pharaoh, the most powerful person living on the planet, through here into his burial chamber. This time last week, I was at my day job, and I quit my job and flew out to Egypt to meet up with Land of Kim, traveling around looking at Egypt's most ancient,
Quit my job,
most
fly to
monumental
Egypt.
sites. It
I love
doesn't
it.
feel real. It feels
I
very
love it.
surreal. And I'm very, very fortunate to be here. Thank you.
Well, that was my exploration of the Red Pyramid at Saqqara with Land of Kim. He has great connections and a great reputation in Egypt, and he has fully committed his life to living in Egypt for the last 2 years to further flesh out his theories. So I have a great amount of respect for him, and I totally 100% think that he is honestly interpreting the data as he sees it. If you guys would like to see more of Land of Kim, I will leave his page linked in the
Luke does
comment
not
section
agree.
and the description below. There is so much more to ancient Egypt than just the pyramids, the Sphinx, the Serapeum, the Osirion,
it is an interesting
and the
theory, though.
unfinished obelisk. I feel like, especially
definitely
over the
at
last
least
4 or
be
5
theorized
years, these
or
topics
tested.
have been picked clean, and not really much effort has been done to
And he's
shed
the one
light
doing
on
that,
other
so.
also interesting aspects of ancient Egypt. I mean, this is a kingdom that reigned for at least 3,000 years, and I know that for myself, I've been ready to see something new emerge from independent Egyptology. I actually began my anthropological career studying Egyptology, but as far as independent Egyptology goes, I could only listen to the same 3 or 4 different theories on the pyramids and the Sphinx so many times before I began craving something new. And recently I feel like the vase scan projects have really been pushing that area forward and asking some really tough and needed questions in regards to the ancient machining and techniques needed to make these incredible vessels out of solid granite and diorite. But honestly, there are so many more strange temples and archaeological sites scattered throughout Egypt that are still overlooked. So in today's video, I want to take you through the land of ancient Egypt and show you just a few sites with megaliths you may have never seen before. And what I find so interesting about these megaliths is that they come from a time where we know as little as we do a lot about ancient Egypt, and that is during the time of the height of the Library of Alexandria. So the theme of this video is going to be set among
I don't
some
know,
of Egypt's
man. I
more
don't think,
unknown
this is a really
temples,
interesting
at least
video,
to
but
the
I'm not gonna
vast
watch the
general
entire
public. And
video of him. I'm sorry, because this is going on YouTube. So
For thousands of years, our ancestors have worshipped and observed the moon and its motions with extraordinary precision, building huge monuments of stone, earth, and wood to memorialize even the most subtle attributes of lunar motion. It is an ongoing mystery as to why ancient peoples all over the world were such dedicated, even obsessive, observers of the moon and its cycles. One might assume that modern scientific research would demystify the moon, its origin, and its
what
properties.
happened to Luke Caverns?
However,
Did I not pin
the
it? What the
opposite has
fuck?
happened. The more we learn about the
Really?
moon, the more mysterious it becomes.
What?
Join us as we take a dive into the high strangeness of our nearest celestial neighbor. I'm Randall Carlson, and this is the Squaring the Circle podcast. Well, I'd welcome everybody to another episode of Squaring the Circle, where myself and my colleague John Arthur Fiallo have been discussing our nearest neighbor, the moon, and learning about it. And what we're finding, in my mind, is pretty darn interesting. I'm still trying to sort out all of the things we've been talking about. We've talked about the apparent extraordinary rigidity of the crust as would seem to be reflected in the ability of the crust to withstand gigantic impacts. We've talked about cratering on the moon, the ratio of width to depth. And we learned that there seems to be a threshold at which the width of craters can continue to grow larger and larger, but the depth seems to max out somewhere around 3 to 4 kilometers. In fact, it was said in one of the articles we referenced that some of the larger mare basins, if you're standing at the center, you don't even see the relatively large mountain ranges that form the rims of the craters. So that's an interesting phenomenon regarding the moon. Then we talked about some of the lunar transient phenomena which seem to suggest activity. And what kind of activity? The assumption has been for years that the moon was geologically a dead object. But if that's the case, then how do we explain the lunar transient phenomenon? And we got into it. I think we covered it most. Maybe there was a few things to pick up the thread of our discussion. This was, excuse me, this was published back in 1991. Okay, so this was Winifred Sawtelle Cameron, published in Sky and Telescope. About 200 of some 30,000 lunar features visible in telescopes have been recorded as lunar transient phenomena, or LTP, sources. Half have shown activity only once. Of the remainder, a mere dozen features contribute to 3/4 of all reports. One area, the Aristarchus Herodotus Schroeder's Valley, is responsible for fully 1/3 of the total number cited. Most LTP activity occurs along the edges of Maria, near volcanic features like domes, sinuous rills, and craters with dark halos or floors. But these regions, like the rest of the moon, have been considered geologically dead. So we did discuss that, we did quote that, but it's a good place to pick up our discussion. So what do we attribute this to? Is it volcanism? Is it, if it's not volcanism, what could it be? We did see that there was evidence of outgassing of carbon gases, and water vapor. And we saw the one quote by, I think it was Farouk El-Baz, wasn't it? He said that if the observation is confirmed, are considerable. If water vapor is coming from the moon's interior, says lunar scientist Farouk El-Baz, this is serious. It means that there is a drastic distinction between the different phases in the lunar interior, that the interior is quite different from what we have seen on the surface. Well, we'd also discussed the density of the moon, and we discussed why that was anomalous. And
it's raining here, dude. It's raining. It's been raining for like a few hours. Pretty shite.
3.34 grams per cubic
It's hot, but it's like a rainy day.
Well,
I didn't want to say that because usually Montreal gets the weather from the southeast or southwest, right? So you might get the rain. Might be getting rain this afternoon, man. Sorry, brother.
Of rocks, basaltic rocks, picked up on the surface of the moon. So what this is implying is that the material forming the surface doesn't seem to be less dense. Or let me turn it around. The material forming the interior of the moon doesn't seem to be more dense than the material forming the surface of the moon. Now, how do you explain that? That's one of the things I've been puzzling over for a long time. How do you explain this uniform density? Now, one could assume from that implies that the moon as a whole is a homogeneous body. But then that raises difficulties in itself, which we'll come back to in a few minutes when we start discussing mass cons. you know, we're at the point of Apollo 11 convinced that there was really no water because they didn't see the hydrous minerals that one would expect to find, those that contain OH radicals in the samples. So then, they believed, so it was John W. Freeman Jr. and H. Kent Wells of Rice University in Houston that announced what they believed that they had detected water vapor on the moon using the suprathermal ion detector experiment. We talked about that. The SIDES, which is the acronym, SIDES, have been quietly monitoring clouds in quotes of low energy ions during the lunar day and before sunrise and sunset. Okay, ions thought to have escaped from the Earth's magnetic bow shock wave and ions from man-made impacts, lunar landings, and liftoffs. But then, it was on March 7th that the instrument saw something unusual at the 14 site. Let's see, that would be right here. A very high flux of ions in the spectrum predicted for water vapor. Apollo 12 side also detected the ions. The flux of 783 counts per 1.2 seconds was much higher than anything seen before. More than 100 times greater than that detected when the lunar module vented. Another unusual
Okay, I'll hear it
aspect
after,
of the
man.
detection
I'm
was
gonna take a
that the
little break,
flux
maybe.
occurred at the same time that swarms of moonquakes were detected. Rumblings that lasted from 12 to 14 hours. The ion occurrence began shortly after the moonquakes began and stopped shortly after the quakes ceased. Freeman speculates that water vapor could have come from a fissure created by the quakes, and says Hills the findings would not contradict the lack of water and materials found at the surface if the vapor were coming from deep within the interior. Well, then, as Farouk says, that would be considerable. What in the world does that mean if there's water inside the moon?
Shamal.
The question comes is how
Fucking Chris Tucker, man. Yo, we need a Chris Tucker bot, honestly.
Where's the water and where are these other volatiles coming from? If we have
Should we add a Chris Tucker bot?
You know, hydrocarbons or carbons being formed inside.
I'm gonna say like Chris Tucker from Rush Hour 2.
It would seem
Oh my
not.
god, I haven't added a bot in
Great
so long.
question.
Right. I'm going to
would
pause
be
just a
simple.
minute to talk about our partners over at Shippo, who may save
Any
you
other
a
requests for
significant amount of
bots?
headache in your
This is where I'm gonna add some
We
bots,
sell a variety
some
of
AI
geometry
bots.
tools and models, like our beautiful platonic solids here at Randy Carlson LLC. And when it comes to managing shipping, e-commerce, and returns, we've been using Shippo for over 4 years now, and we're very pleased with their service.
I'm gonna add Jackie Chan and I'm gonna see how it types.
The primary order page is easy to navigate, and we have enjoyed stellar technical support. If Shippo can help you with your needs, please use the code below to partner with a great company while supporting our work here at Squaring the Circle. Thanks, and now back to the show. Then we also noticed that
Oh my god.
that they seem to be concentrated around certain features. One in particular was the crater Aristarchus. The Apollo 11 command module had just achieved orbit around the moon when the Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas received word that amateur astronomers reported transient phenomena in the vicinity of the crater Aristarchus. Asked to check out the situation, astronaut Neil Armstrong looked out his window toward the Earth-lit region and observed, quote, an area that is considerably more illuminated than the surrounding area. It seems to have a slight amount of fluorescence to it. Let's look in fluorescence. Let's look into that a little deeper. Let's look up fluorescence and see what we can learn about fluorescence.
Well, you're looking at something that is going to be a lot like a fluorescent light. It is illuminating based on some sort of arc, usually, or there's some sort of chemical, electrical cause. So, real quick, some fluorescent material examples here. Let me pull that up. You're gonna have something that looks, usually when you're talking about TLPs, it's a red or an orange fluorescent light. Now these are rocks, okay, these are people, fluorescent.
Those were people, not
Correct,
rocks.
those are people,
Okay.
correct, correct. Matlaline, I guess, is a fluorescent substance in the wood of the tree. I'm not going to try to pronounce that Latin. I'm going to move forward. But when you're looking at something that is fluorescent, it is going to be usually
Oh, I
lit
didn't hear,
electrically
man.
or
Sorry.
chemically. So, where are we getting that light on the surface of the moon?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Why are we getting...
Is it electrostatic? Is it electrochemical? Or is it an arc? Or is it volcanic? Or is it something else?
Well, I don't know, but I'm getting awfully darn curious about this whole thing.
None of this should really be happening unless, of course, the moon isn't geologically dead. And I think that's something that, if you want, right now we can pull up that video from NASA. They actually did a little bit of research here, and what we're going to look at some geological evidence on the moon for specifically why the moon may not be as dead as we think.
2 years ago, we reported evidence that the moon is shrinking. Now we've found evidence that the moon is actually being pulled apart, forming features called graben. So the shrinking moon, it turns out, is not shrinking everywhere. Some places the moon is actually expanding by a little bit. So finding these young graben was a real surprise because we thought, well, all these lobate scarps are telling us the moon is shrinking. So what are these little small graben that are telling us the moon is pulling apart doing in this picture? How does this all fit together? All that's related to how the moon has evolved, how the moon has lost heat over its 4.5 billion year history. Most of the terrestrial planets, when they formed, were very hot, and they got so hot that they actually completely melted. When that happens, they will be in a general state of contraction because they're still hot on the inside and cooling down, and as they cool, they want to shrink. Only the outer part of the moon melted, forming what is called a magma ocean. And in that model, the balance of stresses or forces that are acting on the moon would allow us to form both these small lobate scarps that show contraction as well as these small graben that show the moon being pulled apart. One of the really, really exciting returns of the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter mission is that we've seen this now growing evidence of very young geologic activity on the moon. Many, many people have felt that the moon is pretty much geologically dead, and what we're finding is that that's totally wrong, that the moon appears to be geologically active now.
Interesting.
Yes, and I hope the second Artemis mission doesn't get pushed off too far.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. NASA keeps getting axed for no good reason.
For no good reason,
But that is interesting because, again, until recently, until the LRO's mission, we really didn't think that the moon was geologically active. Now, if there is a hot core on the moon, that immediately throws a huge question, because is the moon homogeneous if it has a hot core? By definition, it can't be.
It can't be.
It can't be that 3.4 number in density. It can't. It can't.
Well, if you have a denser lunar core, the denser the lunar core, the more mass there's in the core, the less mass there has to be between the core and the surface of the moon.
Correct. because we actually have the rough weight of the moon calculated, the rough mass.
Yeah,
So
actually,
it was 73 million
I think it was 73 trillion.
trillion.
Yeah,
Yeah, heavy.
yeah.
73 trillion kilograms, right? Was it kilograms or pounds? Remind me.
I think it was tons.
Tons.
Tons. I think it was
73 trillion tons.
Yes.
Let me look that up. Yep, 73 trillion kilograms.
Kilograms.
73 trillion kilograms. This is a lot of kilograms.
Yes, I would say so.
So, with that said, if we have a hot internal core and our mass at the surface is roughly 3.4, it would have to be 3.4 the whole way through. There's something going on in the moon. And so there's a few different explanations. Lava tubes, but also that doesn't account for impact craters.
Right. So, maybe we should talk about the mass cons.
I think we should, because that rolls right into mass cons.
Well,
Because
it
the
does.
moon's not homogeneous. What is a mass con, Randall?
Well, that's a contraction for the term mass concentrations. Mass cons, which are lunar mass concentrations. The lunar orbiter missions have provided both high-quality photographs of the moon and supplementary scientific information concerning the gravitational field of the moon. Previous investigators have concluded that the moon was gravitationally rougher than anticipated. Something else that was not anticipated. The roughness of the moon has been of interest to the Apollo project because of the resulting perturbations on the trajectory of the Apollo orbiting spacecraft. For these reasons, a new analysis has been done with the use of the accurate tracking data received here by the NASA Deep Space Network, operated by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We now report that this new processing of the lunar orbiter data has produced unexpected results. So this is back in 1968. Now, there's been nothing in the ensuing decades that has debunked any of this. I mean, the mass cons are fully accepted as being real on the moon, still are. I don't think the explanation, nobody's settled on the explanation for mass cons. Let's look a little further into it here. The study of local accelerations on the spacecraft resulted in a gravipotential map of the lunar near side, which has revealed very large mass concentrations beneath the center of all 5 near-side Maria, which is Imbrium, Serenitatis, Crisium, Nectaris, and Humorum. In addition, they were observed in the area between Sinus Estium and Sinus Medii, and Mare Oriental, or Oriental. The large rate of change in the accelerations over these mass cons reveals the relatively small physical extent, which is 50 to 200 kilometers, which would be about 30 to 120 miles, roughly, from 30 miles wide to 120 miles wide. In fact, analysis of the detailed computer results indicates a non-spherical trough-like mass distribution, approximately 50 by 200 kilometers, running generally east-west in Imbrium and Serenitatis. So literally, what happened is as the lunar orbiter is going over the surface, there were points where the gravity of these mass cons was so strong that the lunar orbiter dipped. It actually took a dip in its orbit.
Terrifying for them.
Probably so. Then, even though we have computed both masses and depths for the largest mass cons, nevertheless, our present quantitative data require further refinements. one may easily compute approximate masses from an assumed depth, such as 50 kilometers. Okay, so they're assuming for the purposes of calculation that this, whatever this mass is, 50 kilometers, 30 miles deep. The Mare Imbrium mascon yields numbers of the order of 20 times 10 to the negative 6th lunar masses. Well, you don't need to worry about that too much. It just means, negative 6, which is 1 millionth, 20 times 1 millionth of the lunar mass. Well, this translates to, as it says here, a spherical nickel iron object about 100 kilometers in diameter would be a rough equivalent.
That's a bruiser of an impact.
Well, yeah, so a spherical nickel iron object, 100 kilometers, that's 60 miles in diameter. So what they're saying is that it looks like a 60-mile diameter, something extremely dense, is embedded just below the surface of the moon.
Now, is that from an impact? Is that from an impact, or is that from something else? How is that there?
How is that there? Well, let's go on. Does each of these mascons represent an asteroidal-sized body which caused its associated mare by impact? If not, simply the original impactor itself, by what processes were they formed in the lunar interior? Is the presence of these objects consistent with a molten lunar interior? Well, if it's molten, let's go on here and dive into some of the physics of it here. I'm going to show you a map of, this is a lunar gravity map. Contour lines show the gravity strength above the mean value of the moon in units of 100 milligauss. Right, so this is the near side, and each of these is a Maria. Yeah, there we go with the labels: Mare Imbrium, Mare Humorum, Mare Serenitatis, Mare Crisium, and Mare Nectaris. If you would be so kind, would you pull up maybe a high-res photo of the moon? So here's Mare Imbrium, this really big one, Mare Serenitatis, Mare Crisium right over here on the edge, Mare Tranquillitatis here, Mare Fecunditatis there, and there's Nectaris. So we got them labeled right. We just didn't have them all. There's Mare Nubium, Mare Humorum. This is Oceanus Procelarum and Mare Imbrium. So there we go. Those are the Mare, and they're almost all on the near side. Let's see. There's one on the back side. I don't know if I have that. There it is, right here. So if these were produced by bombardment, which presumably they were, this seems like it would have been a large flux of objects, very large objects, slamming in to the near side of the moon. Now that's interesting to think about. How do you explain that? And if it's the near side of the moon, then if there was a large flux or a flux of these large objects approaching the moon and slamming into the moon with this concentration of impacts, because presumably, what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and then that's probably 9 if you include Oceanus Procelarum. Well, now we're talking about 9 huge objects coming at the moon, assuming that all of the collection of these objects moving through space didn't all hit the moon, right? There must have been objects that flew by the moon without striking it. But that means if it's the moon's lunar face towards us, well, then that means that the Earth itself would have had to have been in the pathway of these objects, right?
Right, and those would be, you wouldn't think that those would be oblique angles, those would be straight on because of the formation of the craters, the way they're set. You wouldn't think it would be because you would have a round impact in the dispersion as opposed to round impact sites. So you wouldn't think that they're coming in at strange or odd angles. Those look like direct hits. If they're caused by impact events.
But if they're not caught, well, then what could they be? I mean, you would think that the mass cons, well, do we assume that those are the remnants of large impactors?
That's the current version that I've heard. I'm not sure if it makes sense.
Well, and here's just, like, this is one of the Mare Serenitatis. Serenitatis, yes. And you can see how shallow it is. Right?
Yet there's what below the surface of some of these? We're talking 60 or 100 kilometer wide.
Yeah, so that's 60
nickel.
miles, being a rough equivalent. Not this, it being a rough equivalent.
It's 100 kilometers.
Mean that, doesn't necessarily mean that it's spherical, but that's what they're saying. That's rough equivalent would be a sphere. Up to 60 miles in diameter of some dense material. But
and
let's
again,
go on, because it is. Okay, so let's see here.
And again, you've got that dense material in one, consolidated in one space. You have the assumption of something that is the equivalent of a 100 kilometer sphere of nickel. The density is not 3.4. Nickel iron.
No. The density of nickel iron, while I'm getting us back to where we were, pull up nickel iron. Let's see. I mean, that's got to be what? 6, 7?
So it's 8.94 is nickel. So let's see what it is with nickel iron. 8.7 for a nickel iron alloy.
Okay, so that's much more dense than the moon itself.
So at 8.7 grams per cubic centimeter, that way offsets the 3.46 assumption.
Yes.
Being homogeneous, it has to still be homogeneous. It's not even taking into account 100 kilometer wide, effectively.
Right.
So where's the mass? That's what we're asking. It's like little old lady in the Wendy's commercial. Where's the beef?
Where's the beef?
So here's the vertical acceleration at the lunar surface for the LP165P gravity field. Accelerations are the radial component at the lunar reference sphere with radius 1,738 kilometers. The near side on the left includes coefficients to degree and order. The far side on the right displays terms to only 1 degree and order 60 in order to limit noise in the image. Anyways, well, there you can see that the Mare are concentrated on the near side. They're associated with Mare, which we just saw are all concentrated on the near side, which creates quite a remarkable differentiation between the two sides of the moon. So then, after that, there's some commentary.
All right, I'm listening to it right now, Toad.
Stipe. It was published
in
Journal
KMK.
Science in 1960.
Shorts. Oh.
Probably, right after Muller and Sogren's paper. And this is what he says. The discovery by Muller and Sogren of mass cons in the moon is of great interest. My investigations allow a calculation to be made of the size and depth of the mass cons in terms of the size of the mare formed by low velocity impact of an iron meteorite. And of course, it would have to be low velocity because if it was not low velocity...
That was pretty hard, man, not gonna lie, that was pretty hard.
He says, I'm currently completing an analysis of penetration and cratering of concrete and soils by steel projectiles.
The opinion
extrapolate these relations to craters
of a
the
half
size
white, half
of the
Lebanese
largest
guy.
lunar mare. This involves extrapolation.
I don't know, guys. I'm gonna play another half hour, maybe max. I'm gonna load the vape again.
To Maria, a few
But,
hundred kilometers in diameter. Ronka described the possibility of magma formation by cratering. And his figure 1 can be used to find the depth of penetration in the Earth needed so that the resulting pressure release at this depth would lead to melting. Because, you know, as you go down in depth, the temperature goes up. But what prevents the melting is the overlying pressure. So if you remove that pressure, let's say through an impact event, you now have this pressure relief melting. The material, the magmatic material then will upwell. This is typically why, for example, some geologists have proposed that the Yellowstone mantle plume might have been formed by a large impact of a rapidly moving iron object coming in relatively perpendicular to the Earth's surface at the point of impact, being able to punch a hole right through the upper crust and exposing the mantle. The upwelling of the magma plume was then the result of this pressure relief melting. So he goes on here to say, let's pull it up here. These results suggest that the lava-filled mare were formed when very large iron objects struck the surface of the moon at a velocity so low that there was no immediate fracture of the object. Now, how do you explain that? It's moving so slow. The impact produced a very large crater, and the object penetrated to such a depth that deep material was melted by pressure release and flowed to the surface to fill the crater. The interior of the moon must have been solid when these events occurred, because otherwise the dense iron meteorite would have sunk into the molten material. Does that make sense? If the interior of the moon is molten, and you've got this
8.7 grams per cubic centimeter, yeah.
8.7 grams per cubic centimeter, that's not going to sit there on the top of molten material. It's going to sink into that molten material. And it's going to keep on sinking until either it melts or it comes to a density roughly equivalent to the density of the object, at which point it would cease its descent towards the gravitational center of the moon. So what that's telling us is that the interior of the moon must have been solid and not molten when the mare formed. Now, okay, now we're trying to square that with interior volatility of the moon. Remember, there was something else we learned in our last episode. I think we were talking about the echo phenomenon in the moon.
The moon rings like a bell.
The moon rings like a bell, yes.
So that it kind of contradicts with this current theory.
Well,
that the moon would be solid.
Well, let's keep going here. The suggestion by Muller and Sogren is very reasonable. However, the depth of the mascons, which they take as 50 kilometers or 30 miles, seems to be considerably underestimated. The depth of an impact crater measured to the bottom of the shattered material in the crater is approximately 1/4 of the crater diameter. This means that if the Maria are filled craters, then the depth of Imbrium, for example, is about 300 kilometers, and the depth of Humorum is about 100 kilometers. Or in other words, 180 miles or 60 miles. Those are some really damn deep craters. Because how wide is Humorum? Well, if it's 4-to-1, then Humorum has got to be 1,200 kilometers wide. And the depth of, Imbrium, not Humorum, Imbrium would be 4 times 300 kilometers or 1,200 kilometers wide, right?
Yep.
And given, so anyways, if the mascons are deeper, as I suggest, then they must also be more massive to produce the observed gravity anomalies. Because the deeper they are, the smaller is going to be the gravity anomaly. If you took that mass all the way to the center of the moon, there would be no gravity anomaly.
It'd be a homogeneous mass at the center of the moon, as opposed to a mascon.
As opposed to a mascon, yes. All right. I'm perplexed here. So 300 kilometers, that's, like I said, that's 180 miles deep. Given the assumed size of the impactor and the width of the embryo. Yet the damn thing is only about 4 miles deep. So then the suggestion is that lava came out and filled the crater. Okay, well, if the impact, but here's the problem as I'm seeing, if the impact is able to produce that much lava, and I mean, we could calculate the volume of lava if it's filled that whole crater, wouldn't that completely destroy the impactor itself as well?
You would think it would actually reduce the amount of concentration of mass, because you're going to have a hot ejecta.
Yeah, yes.
That's going to consume the nickel iron impactor.
Consume it, yes.
So, and again, none of this squares with a 3.8 grams per cubic centimeter homogeneous mass for the moon.
Okay, so then also we have the journal Science was running, you know, this was where a lot of these lunar results were new at the time back in '68. So this is by John A. O'Keefe. He was a lunar scientist back then who worked on the program. And he's talking about this work of Miller and Sogren. So Miller and Sogren have performed the astonishing feat, let's go here, of providing a relatively detailed, though preliminary, gravimetry of much of the front surface of the moon. The data from which they worked is in no sense marginal. The perturbations of the orbiter satellites which they used are so large as to have been an operational nuisance before they were understood. The interpretation suggested to Muller and Sogren by the papers of Harold C. Urey and tentatively adopted by them attributes the mass excesses in the Mare regions to mass concentrations, perhaps remnants of colliding iron asteroids of the order of 100 kilometers in diameter buried under the lunar surface. However, we got a problem there. On the other hand, both observation and experiment indicate that impact at normal meteor velocities leads to the scattering of the impacting mass as a result of shattering and vaporization. So normal meteor velocities, an impact at normal meteor velocities leads to a scattering of the impacting mass as a result of shattering and vaporization. Even if it is supposed that the circular mare were made by bodies already in orbit around the Earth, and hence having relative velocities of only a few kilometers per second, there remains a difficulty in supporting the mass. The pressure exerted by such a body on its base would be on the order of 8 kilobars, or 110,000 pounds per square inch. This exceeds the crushing strength of granite. It is reasonable that a mass of this kind would crush its way to the center of the moon. The analogy I've kind of used is, imagine you have a bowl of pudding and you have a lead bullet and you place it on the pudding, and it's going to slowly sink right to the bottom of the bowl, isn't it?
Yep. Or shoot it at the bowl of pudding and see what happens. Or throw it at least.
Well, then
it's moving fast.
Right. But in this case, they're trying to slow it down so slow that there's no shattering of the object. And he's saying here that even a couple of kilometers per second. I mean, what's kilometers per second? A kilometer per second, you're looking at 3,280 feet per second times 3,600 gives you a lot of feet. Let me divide that by 5,280. And you're still talking over 2,000 miles per hour. So the object, even at 2,000 miles per hour, boom, it's going to shatter, and the mass of the impactor, it's going to scatter because of the shattering and vaporization. And the end result would be no mass count.
Correct.
So how do you do that? And if it didn't shatter and remained intact, well, then it would, given 110,000 pounds per square inch, this exceeds this. I mean, this is way beyond what would cause granite to completely crush. So then it says it is reasonable that a mass of this kind would crush its way to the center of the moon.
I don't think this model of an asteroid impact creating the mares is a good model. Doesn't seem to pan.
Yeah. Well, let's refer back to the paper by Harold C. Urey, which was also published in Science, 1968, and in December of 1968. Muller and Sogren have concluded that there are very massive objects in certain locations at the surface of the moon. These mascons, as they are called, represent a non-isostatic condition in the surface of the moon. Let's pause there for a second. Remember, isostatic is the vertical adjustment of a body. Earth, moon, doesn't matter. This is saying it's a non-isostatic condition, because an isostatic condition would require that these objects, like we just learned, should descend towards the moon's center of mass. These mascons represent a non-isostatic condition in the surface of the moon. If the Mare Imbrium situation is taken as a prime example, because it exhibits a maximum effect, we come to the conclusion that the viscosity of the moon must be higher than that of the Earth by a factor of 10 to the fourth. In other words, 10,000 times higher than that of the Earth. It is difficult to devise a lunar history which provides the low temperature required to account for the lack of isostasy and the low electrical conductivity, and at the same time for melting processes required to produce the basaltic material on the surface of the moon. So the viscosity of the moon must be higher than that of the Earth by a factor of 10 to the fourth power, which is 10,000. 10,000 times greater than the viscosity of the Earth.
There comes that several orders of magnitude denser outer surface of the moon than the Earth.
Yeah. Now, let's jump forward 11 years to 1979 after additional data and more studies have been conducted on mascons. This is by A.E. Ringwood in the textbook Origin of the Earth and Moon. This is what he says. At one time, it was naively believed that mascons are remnants of the dense projectiles responsible for the excavation of the basins. But it was soon realized that they would have been totally vaporized. Furthermore, the largest mascons only occur in those basins which were filled with mare basalt. But if mascons are simply layers of mare basalt lying on top of low-density crust, how was this excessive mass brought to the surface of the moon in the first place? Right? Because if it's something to do with the layers of basalt, and that's where the density origin is, and that's lying on top of lower density crust, you're now talking about you've got to bring higher density material up to the surface of the moon. which is the exact opposite that lower density material higher density material should be migrating towards the center of the moon, especially if the moon is molten. Well, it goes on to say, if a planet is in isostatic equilibrium, the overburden pressure will be constant at any given distance from the center of the planet, which we presume is like more or less the case with the Earth. Terrestrial continents are much thicker. Terrestrial continents are much thicker than the oceanic crust, simply because granitic type rocks have lower density, right? So the lower density rocks are rising up, the higher density rocks are sinking down. The large mascons of Imbrium and Serenitatis would certainly not have survived on a moon in isostatic equilibrium. They would have sunk without a trace. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of mascons is their very survival. The fact that they still exist today implies that the moon's crust must have been remarkably rigid for a very long time. Remarkably rigid. So then,
remarkably being 10,000 to 100,000 times more rigid than the Earth.
What it's looking like. Now I'm going to jump all the way back to 1962 in the work of Gordon J.F. McDonald. It was published in the Journal of the American Rocket Society, the journal called Astronautics. The title of the paper is The Moon and Its Interior. So, this is quoting now from Gordon J.F. McDonald. Data relating to the lunar interior have been derived from astronomical observations. These data fix the mean density of the moon and provide an estimate of its gravitational figure. Now, this is before the discovery of mascons. The mean density is well established at 3.34 grams per cubic centimeter. This value is tantalizingly close to the density of a large number of silicate materials found on or near the surface of the Earth. Yet, the mean density of the moon presents a number of major problems. The abundance of the radioactive elements determines the internal temperature distribution of a planet. Urey, in 1952, pointed out that a limit on the possible temperature distribution within the moon can be derived by an indirect argument using the moon's gravitational figure. If the temperatures within the moon approach the melting point of the silicates, then the figure of the moon should closely approximate that of a fluid with an equivalent density distribution. Got it? Let's go. If the temperature within the moon approaches the melting point of the silicates, which given the mass of the moon, it should easily approach and exceed that melting point of silicate rocks, right? Which he's citing this because they have roughly the same density.
Yo, Jonesy, what's up?
As a whole, 3.34 grams.
Oh, sick. Oh my gosh. Hope you're doing okay.
The physical librations of the moon.
It's a Scorpio moon this weekend. It's pretty shit. Pretty shit feeling.
In moment of inertia to the mean moment of inertia. The ratio of the difference in the moments of inertia to the mean moments of inertia are much larger.
I hope you're doing
than would
okay
be
though.
predicted for a homogeneous moon in hydrostatic equilibrium. So look up moment of inertia. Let's define that for the listeners and also for our own clarification. I usually will use an example of, and it's an approximate example, but I will use oftentimes in lectures I'll say, okay, here's one way to help understand it.
I don't know, Jonesy.
We have a line here, and that is a diameter
Maybe you got to do
of
the
a
test.
spherical object and it's radially symmetrical.
You can do it.
about its center of
I'm
mass.
proud of you, whatever
its
happens.
moment of inertia would coincide with its center of mass.
Proud
and
of your courage.
What that means is from an exterior view, looking at a
Your courage
gravitational
inspires
map,
us.
this would appear the equivalent of a mass point, right? So if you're trying to turn this axis, this diameter, axial diameter, and it's only one point, it's easy to turn. Like what I'll do is I'll hold something up, I'll tell somebody, here's this pencil. Hold this pencil, pinch it as hard as you can, and prevent me from rotating. Well, nobody can do it. But then if I say, hold it in 2 points, now I'm going to try to rotate it, and you resist my efforts to rotate it. Well, now it's a completely different matter, right? In effect, you can kind of think of this as one moment of inertia and 2 moments of inertia, okay? So there's a difference between the mean moment of inertia and the actual moment of inertia. Now, what did you come up with for a definition?
So the moment of inertia, also known as the mass moment of inertia, angular rotation or mass, second moment of mass, or more accurately, rotational inertia of a rigid body is defined relatively to a rotational axis. It is the ratio between the torque applied and the resulting angular acceleration about that axis.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. The torque, which is this, you apply a torque. So what's happening here is the Earth's gravity field is exerting a torque on the moon. But we know something about the moon's rotation on its axis, don't we? It's perfectly synchronized with its orbital period. All right? So going back to Gordon MacDonald's article, the ratio of the difference in the moments of inertia to the mean moments of inertia are much larger than would be predicted for a homogeneous moon in hydrostatic equilibrium. He goes on to say, like the Earth, the moon is flattened at the poles and has a bulge all around its equator. Unlike the Earth,
He actually
the moon
did.
also protrudes
Yeah, that is
along
crazy.
the direction between the center of the Earth and the center of the moon. Picture moon, picture Earth, draw a line from the center of the Earth to the center of the moon, and it protrudes along that line. There is thus an additional bulge on the side of the moon that always faces the Earth, and on the opposite side.
Yeah, AI is becoming
the moon were
sentient.
fluid
It's remembering now.
acted like a putty-like
It's learning.
plastic, then the very slow rotation of the moon should produce an equatorial bulge all the way around uniformly, like we see in the Earth. But the equatorial radius should only be 50 meters greater than its polar radius in the moon. Now in the Earth, which is spinning much faster on its axis and has much greater mass, that difference is 13 miles between polar diameter and equatorial diameter. However, in the case of the moon, the measured equatorial radius is 1 kilometer greater than the polar radius. So similarly, the gravitational attraction of the Earth on the moon should pull the moon out by 40 meters, but the actual protrusion toward the Earth is more than a kilometer. So if we take a kilometer being 1,000 meters, 40 meters is 1/20th of that. So in other words, that bulge is 20 times greater than it should be just based upon that alignment, or relative to what the bulge should be, right, around the equator. But it is not radially symmetrical about the equator. It's got this bulge that's in line with the Earth. So it would appear that the Earth's gravity field is somehow locking into that bulge alignment. And this is what's keeping that one-to-one spin orbit coupling between the Earth and Moon, that gravitational lock between the Earth and the Moon. So, in conclusion, he says, similarly, the gravitational attraction of the Earth on the Moon should pull the Moon out by about 40 meters. but the actual protrusion toward the Earth is more than a kilometer. The difference between the shape of the real moon and that of an ideal plastic moon indicates that the moon has great strength. McDonald goes on to say this: the astronomical data on the rotation of the moon suggests that it is a relatively strong body capable of supporting stress differences comparable in magnitude to those supported within the Earth. If a major fraction of the moon's interior were molten, or nearly molten, the distorted figure of the moon could not be supported. Astronomical data can also be used to obtain an estimate of the distribution of density within the moon. If the astronomical data are thus reduced, it is found that the data require that the interior of the moon be less dense than the outer parts. Indeed, it would seem that the moon is more like a hollow than a homogeneous sphere. This suggests that there are inconsistencies either in the reduction of the observations of the moon's motion or in the numerical development of the lunar theory. It seems more acceptable to assume that there's inconsistencies in the observations of what the moon is actually doing or in the numerical development of the lunar theory, rather than accept the idea
Only one way to find out, Jonesy.
of a hollow moon. However,
I'm not saying it's easy to do, but
this is an oversimplified version, right? But the point is,
one way to find out,
the idea
do
of
the
a hollow
test,
moon
buy the
suggests
test,
the considerable
the urine
absence
test.
of mass within the moon.
I hear you.
Then we're going to talk about, go back to John O'Keefe, and this is what he says. This is 68.
Follow your heart, Jonesy. Follow your heart.
To study the effects of internal variations in density on the gravitational field of a body, the first step is to remove the effects of the visible topography. This correction is known as the Booger, not booger, Booger correction. The resulting chart of Booger anomalies obtained by applying the Booger correction to the anomalies found by Sogren and Muller is shown. The fact which leaps to the eye is that the Booger anomalies are much larger in both directions than the anomalies determined by Sogren and Muller. In the 18th century, a similar situation was noted in the Andes Mountains in South America by Booger himself. It is as if the topography were massless.
This is the first week, though, I hear ya.
Suggested that the volcano Chimborazo might have enormous caves. Let us consider that the possibility that the lunar matter is highly porous. He's using Chimborazo, the volcano, as an analogy and suggesting the apparent absence, the low-density Booger anomalies suggest enormous caves. Well, what do we appear to have confirmed within recent years?
Large magma tubes or lava tubes in the moon. And a significant tunnel network interconnecting.
It's what it's starting to look like. It's starting to look like you have some kind of a lunar core. Of what it consists is still an open question. You've got this extremely rigid shell near the surface of the moon, and in between those two you have this porous material. Now, how does that come about? Now, we're going to try to slug our way through this. This is V.A. Fursoff in 1969, the book The Old Moon and the New, and he's wrestling with this idea, right? He says the ratio of the surface area to the volume of a sphere increases in inverse proportion to its radius, okay? So in other words, it's inverse, so increase the radius of a spherical body, and the surface area to the volume increases in inverse proportion. Thus, the surface area of the proto-moon will have been 10 to 15 times larger in relation to its volume than that of a proto-Earth. So in other words, the smaller moon has a larger ratio of surface area to its volume. And compared to the proto-Earth, it's going to be 10 to 15 times larger, okay? So, other things being equal, the generation of radioactive heat will be proportional to the volume. Right? The greater volume, you're going to have greater radioactive heat being generated, which is going to migrate towards the surface and then be discharged out from the surface, right? Other things being equal, the generation of radioactive heat will be proportional to the volume, while its loss by radiation will be proportional to the surface area. So the amount of radiation is going to be proportional to the volume, but when it reaches the surface, the loss through radiative output from the surface is going to be greater. So because of that greater loss of radiation from a volume the size of a moon, the moon would thus have the cooling 10 to 15 times faster, okay? So under high gravity conditions, the volatiles will be squeezed out to the surface much more effectively. But under low gravity, gravitational fractionation will generally be less effective. So then, because the fractionation is going to be less effective, the migration to the surface is going to be slower. Yeah, the ascending volatiles will be chilled. They'll have an opportunity to cool in approaching the surface layers. So the volatiles will continue to expand upwards, insinuating themselves into any weaknesses they may encounter. So here now could be the origin of our vast network of lunar tubes. First off, goes on to say this: the result will be a honeycomb of gigantic cavities. From this, it will be seen that the differential pressures at the base of lunar mountains and even the whole of the geometrical bulge will make little call on isostatic adjustment and may be wholly absorbed by the structural strength of the rigid honeycomb crust. Without any claim to finality, let us consider a three-layer model in which the core is surrounded by a cyma, which is a silicon magnesium material of mean density 3.30, sheathed in a peel of light porous rocks with a honeycomb of caves permeated with volatiles and having an average bulk density of 1. So here we're kind of coming with a model. What appears to be perhaps a dense core, but in between that is this honeycomb structure that is extremely rigid, supporting an equally rigid outer crust of the moon. Rigid enough that it's supporting the mascons. Whatever the hell those mascons are, they're sitting there like lead pellets sitting on top of the pudding that's not migrating down to the bottom of the bowl. Because whatever is under it is so rigid and supporting it. And so, where is this bringing us? So this is from 1972, Lunar Research. No agreement on evolutionary models. New and in some instances, surprising results from experiments on Apollo 14 and 15 and on the USSR's Luna 16 were presented at the third Lunar Science Conference a few weeks ago, and interpretations of the data provided additional perspective on the earlier findings from Apollo 11 and 12. In comparison with earlier conferences, a far more comprehensive picture of the moon, but far fewer claims to understand how the moon evolved were evident. Independent evidence from several types of experiments indicates that the moon is now a relatively cold and inactive planetoid, but that it has had a complex thermal history. There is an apparent conflict between geochemical evidence that suggests an initially cold moon, in which partial melting of its outer layers took place, and magnetic evidence that seems to indicate an initially hot moon with a molten core. So, the existence of a layered crust and the apparent differences in composition in the two layers are evidence that the moon has undergone differentiation. Obviously, if you've got this rigid crust and then a honeycombed interior under it, are evidence that the moon has undergone differentiation and that the layers were formed at different times. The seismic evidence thus appears to agree with the hypothesis based on geochemical data that a moon-wide crust was formed from early melting of an aluminum-rich material, and that this original crust was partially covered by the outpouring of lavas which formed the mare. So where are we with this? I don't know. I don't know the answer. I can't explain it.
No
Now,
consensus yet.
No, and you know, in terms of the giant Mars impact hypothesis, how does that square with the kinds of anomalies we've been exploring here? How does an impact that you'd think would be, okay, an impact is going to create, first of all, a ring around the Earth of debris between the proto-Earth and this Mars-sized body. Somehow you have to get from that dispersed ring into a single object. And that single object now needs to have the attributes and properties of the moon as we've been exploring. So let's talk about the giant impact hypothesis for a minute. This is from a couple of astrophysicists. This article appeared in the journal Icarus in 1996. The title of the paper was Accretion of the Moon from an Impact-Generated Disk. The giant impact scenario proposes that the impact of a Mars-sized protoplanet with early Earth ejected enough material into Earth orbit to form the moon. The impact scenario has become the favored explanation for lunar origin in the past decade, as it can potentially account for all of the major geochemical and dynamical characteristics of the Earth-Moon system, and it still is the preferred explanation. The system's high angular momentum, the depletion of volatiles in the lunar material, which of course would be a consequence of the extreme temperatures of the impact, the bulk similarity of lunar material to pre-differentiated mantle, lunar iron depletion, and lunar density. Okay. We present the first published numerical calculations of acceleration of an impact-generated proto-lunar disk into a single large moon. Previous numerical simulations of a large impact event predict that the formation of a disk of material centered near or within the Roche limit. Let's pause right there. What's the Roche limit? The Roche limit, you could look it up, I'll try to give a layman's explanation of it. It's a zone within any gravitational field whereby an object passing through that zone, the gravitational force exerted on that object will overcome the coherence of the material forming the object, causing it to disaggregate. If you found now what have you found for Roche limit?
So the Roche limit, also known as the Roche radius,
Sure,
is the distance from a celestial body within which a second body held together solely by gravity will disintegrate due to the first body's tidal forces exceeding its self-gravity.
There we go. That's what I was trying to say. Okay. And we saw that. We witnessed that happen with Shoemaker-Levy 9 in 1993-94. Because you had a single comet nucleus which passed within the Roche limit or Roche radius of Jupiter. The gravitationally induced tidal forces of Jupiter caused the disaggregation of the single nucleus of Shoemaker-Levy 9 into 21 separate objects, right? So this is what we're talking about, the Roche limit. Okay, so now applying that concept, the Roche limit, to this ring of debris that is now orbiting around the Earth, okay? So previous numerical simulations of a large impact event predict the formation of a disk of material centered near or within the Roche limit, which is roughly 2.9 Earth radii. A natural expectation based on our previous results in comparison with the satellite systems of the outer planets would be for multiple small moons to arise from such a proto-lunar disk. Our calculations, which include both moonlet accretion and orbital evolution, demonstrate that forming massive moonlets in the inner disk near the Roche limit is extremely difficult. We conclude that an Earth system with multiple moons is the final result, unless some particularly severe constraints on initial conditions in the disk are met. So he's pointing out the problems.
I'm gonna play another 5 more minutes.
Listen, Bobby, I can't prove it tonight. You can't prove it, but intuitively, you look at the spy, you look at what happened with the Marisol, there is no doubt in my mind, maybe it's 2 years from now, maybe it's 5 years from now. Maybe
Yo, what's up, True Faith? Are you serious or are you being ironic?
Causes, in my opinion, you know what? The science is...
So there's
Have you had a few beers?
saying that vaccines cause autism because his kid has a form of it called Asperger's. So big news is that the CDC vaccine panel voted to take the mercury preservatives out of their flu shots. So that's so just to let you know what mercury is, because it's in your vaccines and not good. And how not good? Well, here, let's find out.
But the reason that it's put into it was actually in the MMR vaccines and some of the flu vaccines is because it's an antimicrobial. It'll kill everything. So maybe that was part of that. 'Cause it will kill everything. It will kill the microbes in a petri dish. So.
Yo, what's up, True Faith? Man, I'm about to stop playing though. I might play for another 5 minutes or so. Honestly. Athens, yeah. You know what? They have an Acropolis one. Let's watch the Acropolis. Rome. Oh, man. Oh my god, this woman's in outdoors in fucking Greece wearing a mask. Like, what? People are fucked, man. They're fucking insane. That was fucked. The maskies. The maskers. Like, it's just so crazy. Fucking maskers, man. The nubs. The nubs. Oh, what? Alright, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. I'm gonna sign off in like 1 or 2 minutes, Jersey, sorry. Sorry, I'm gonna sign off. Man. You're changing. Very nice, very nice. Very nice, Turnsy. What did you change into? A squirrel onesie, nice. Was gonna, oh, it's all good. Shirt and sweats, that's nice. Thank you for sharing. Sounds comfortable. That's sweet of you. Yeah, I guess it's nighttime there. It's almost midnight. Well, I'm in a t-shirt and shorts. I'm in shorts and a t-shirt. No. Why is this so, like, what the fuck? Like, fuck you. Your shorts and some your sock. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, oh goodness. Yeah, I think I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna sign off now, I think. Right now. What was that saying? Maybe one more run. We double dock. Come on. Oh my gosh, Toad. Oh my goodness. So, yeah. I don't know, man. I might play a little more, maybe. Follow your heart, Jersey, always.
Excuse me.
So laggy. Alright, I'm gonna sign off, I think. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna walk around and see what I want to do with my life. I'm confused about what? I'm confused about your confusion. You will be okay, Jersey. You will be okay. Everything will be okay. Just know that everything will be okay. Yo, Jimmy Billy. Yo, thanks, man. Thank you, brother. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that, homie. I appreciate that a lot. How are you, man? How are you, brother? I appreciate that a lot, my man. It's nice of you. Worked so hard for it. It was like a year and a half it took. I'm actually about to sign off, to be honest, brother. Oh man, look at the Acropolis. It's so beautiful. Most of insanity, yeah. Well, I had to change strats. I had to change strats for the 139 I was going for. God, stuff sticking in. God. Who, me? Oh, is Jersey? Yeah, that'd be cool. How about this, Jersey? If you start stream, I will raid you. How about that? But it has to be in the next, like, 5 minutes or so. Cool. Yeah, you're good at it. You're really good at it. From a first-person shooter to another first-person shooter. I would not want to be a zombie facing you. In the game. Oh my god. Alright, Jonesy, I think I'm gonna sign off right now. I think I'm signing off right now, Jonesy. I don't know if you're gonna be streaming or not. I'm just gonna read someone else. It's all good. Follow Jonesy though. Oh my god. Happy America. Happy July 4th. Happy Independence Day. Thank you, Jimmy Billy. That's cool, man. Appreciate that, brother. See you later. 5 viewers, insane. Appreciate you. Appreciate you all.